Diogoga of Ikera Ekiti, who is also the chairman, Ekiti State Council of Obas. Kabiesio, let me recognize His Royal Majesty Oba Dr. Yusuf Adebori Adeleye OON, the Olubaka of Okakoko Inana. I greet you, sir. I would like to recognize in our midst this morning His Royal Majesty Oba A. Adesunloye Oyolola III. I would also like to recognize in our midst Oba Professor S.A. Amushenga de Kalasue. Let me recognize this, sir. Let me recognize the presence of His Royal Majesty Oba Samuel Bayode Agbola Dionirun of Irun Kabiesio. We have with us this morning Eniti Olorunda Akinrutan Okoro Ajiga the One, the Olugbo of Ugbo land, ably represented by Prince Dr. Ademibo Akingboye, the Ààrẹ Ìdílé of Okoro Ajiga. Majesty Oba Dr. Adekunle Adeagbo, the Ore of Otun Ekiti, the paramount ruler of Mobaland in Ekiti State. Presence of His Royal Majesty Oba Olakimoye Ebekwe Raju the Fourth, the Orungberuwa of Erinje Kingdom. Kabiyesi, I greet you, sir. We also Barrister Michael Elumaro Akinfolarin, the Larogbo of Akotogbo. Akinyelure, the Odogbo of Ome. Kabiyesi, I recognize you, sir. Let me recognize His Royal Majesty Oba GB Faduyile, His Royal Majesty Oba Michael Obatuga Adetoye, the Jegun of Idekpe Okitipupa. Kabiyesi, I recognize you, sir. I would like to recognize in our midst this morning His Royal Majesty Oba Gbadebo Bajowa, the Rebuja of Osoro land. Kabiyesi, I recognize you, sir. We have with us His Royal Majesty Oba Alhaji Akadiri Momo CON, the Olukare of Ikare Akoko. Kabiyesi, let me recognize distinguished Senator Jide Ikminshagba, Senator representing the Ondo Northern Senatorial District. I would also like to recognize in our midst Chief Mrs. Adenike Olawoye. Mama Asherere, I recognize you. Ambassador Shola Iji, I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Let me
because we
Let me recognize the members of the Ondo State Executive Council here with us this morning. I would like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Dr. Shembosedi Osamaye. I recognize you. The Honorable Commissioner for Culture and Tourism, Honorable Afolabi Adesoji. I recognize you. The Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry and Cooperative Services. I recognize you, Sir Pastor Bola Ademuagun. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. I recognize former member of the State House of Assembly, Honorable Koko. I recognize you. You are welcome. I would also like to recognize the former Commissioner for Information in Ondo State, Mr. Yemi Olowolabi. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome.
We earlier on recognized . Hello. Earlier on, we recognized Kabiyesi Alayeluwa, the Imperial Majesty of Ugbo Kingdom, Ọba Frederick Enitolorunda Akinruntan Okoro Ajigawan, the Olugbo of Ugbo, that he was represented, but himself is here, live and direct. Shall we all say, Kabiyesi o, Kabiyesi, you're welcome. Thank you. Past members of the State Executive Council that are here, His Excellencies, Their Excellencies, former Deputy Governors, Ambassadors, former Ambassadors. Very shortly, we will have ministers, serving ministers, officials of government. We also have past bureaucrats, permanent secretaries here, both serving and past. So let me use Mr. Bode Adebiyi as point of contact to all past permanent secretaries that are here. The contention between Mr. Bode Adebiyi and myself has ended today. Someone used to call the other person fake Bode, but there is no fake Bode. It is all of us are original Bode. So you're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for making it to this event. We also, very shortly, we will begin with the process of getting ourselves settled for the business of the day. Getting ourselves settled for the business of the day, we will do a recap shortly after the prayer and the national anthem, a recap of the keynotes, key outcomes of what happened in day one. After that, we will now go into the business of the day proper. I said earlier on that distinguished senators are here, and also even past senators are here. I can see moving into the arena. He was here yesterday, and he's also joining us today.
Let me recognize in our midst this morning former deputy governors from Oyo State. I would like to recognize His Excellency Moses Alake Adeyemo, former deputy governor of Oyo State. Baba, I recognize you, sir. General Rafiu Aderemi Olaniyan, former deputy governor Oyo State. We also have in our midst this morning the Chief Judge of Ondo State, my Lord Odushola. My Lord, I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Let me recognize Chief Mrs. Animola, the Yafenifere of Ondo State. I would like to recognize all the chairmen of our LCDA, using Chief Mrs. Olufowoshe and Dr. Akinola as a point of respect to all the chairmen and members of LCDAs in Ondo State. Morning. Prince Olusegun Dashaolu, the President, Southwest Commodity Farmers Organization. I recognize you. I recognize Comrade Owolewa Taiwo, great Nigerian student. I greet you all. You are welcome. The former Deputy Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency, Engineer Rauf Aderemi Olaniyan Dadia. I would like to recognize in our midst this morning His Imperial Majesty, Oba Dr. Alade Toyinbo Ogunlade Aladelusi CFR Odundu II, the Deji of Akure Kingdom. Kabiyesi o, you are welcome, Kabiyesi.
Hello. Join. 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 Let me hear you. Let me hear you.
Hello. Let me recognize Dr. Tunji Abayomi. I recognize you, sir. You're welcome. We have our people from Ekiti State. Let me recognize Chief Jide Awe, former chairman APC Ekiti State. I recognize you, sir. Honorable Shola Eleshin, APC chairman Ekiti State. Mr. Alaba Abejide, chairman Ekiti State Local Government Service Commission. Honorable Barrister Bayo Idowu, former Ekiti State Secretary APC, former House of Assembly member, chairman Ekiti State House of Assembly Service Commission. Right Honorable Taiwo Latumbosun, former Deputy Speaker, Ekiti State House of Assembly, former Commissioner for Information, and former Acting Governor. Professor Dele Adetoye, a Professor of Political Science from EXO. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Engineering Secretary, Ekiti State, Alhaja Ogunjobi, the My Lord Honorable Justice Olusegun Ayedu Odushola, the Chief Judge, Ondo State. My Lord Honorable Justice Prince Ademola Enikuemeyi, I would also like to recognize the presence of Senator Remi Okunrinboye. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Ondo State Artisan Group, I greet you under the able leadership of Mr. Adefioye Gbenga, the National President of Iya Abiye Southwest, Chief Dr. Mrs. Adara Moye Mary. Mama, I greet you. National President, Iya Abiye Southwest, Mama Adara Moye, I greet you. Southwest Youth Parliament, under the speakership of Right Honorable Temitope Joseph, I greet you all. You are welcome. You again, all top government functionaries in Ondo State, the chairman of our local government, the Honorable Commissioner for Regional Integration and Diaspora Affairs, Otumba Wale Akinlosoto. I greet you, sir. You are welcome.
PC woman leader, Ekiti State, and former commissioner for information in Ekiti State, Chief Mrs. Ronka Okusanya. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you for making it to this Southwest program, the dialogue between the governors of the Southwest under the auspices of the Dawn Commission on Afenifere, and also showcasing what the federal government, particularly our officials, citizens of the Southwest, who are doing for the Southwest. But today it will take a little bit a dimension that will be very exciting, more encompassing, more involving by everyone.
Thank you. I would like to recognize religious leaders in our midst. Let me recognize this morning the Grand Imam of Akure Kingdom, Alhaji Dr. Sheikh Abud Akin Yayi Akorede Shehu. I greet you, sir. Let me recognize in our midst this morning the Vice Chairman, Christian Ayodeji Akomolafe. We also have Bishop Joshua Opayinka, the President, Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. Shegun Adeshegun, the former Deputy Governor of Ogun State, representing Aremo Olusegun Oshoba. I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Let me recognize the Southern Coalition of Civil Society and Pro-Democracy Activists, led by Comrade Olalekan Ajenifuja. I recognize you. You are welcome. Let me recognize the Are Iyaloja, Iyalaje, Ondo State, Chief Mrs. Kemi Adedapo Aishida. Gbogbo ìgbà. Ó dàbí ẹni pé kò sáwọn ìyá lọ́jà ń bí. Gbogbo ìgbà. Mo kí yín o. Mo kí àwọn màmá ìyá lọ́jà APC. Chief Mrs. Olúfúnkẹ́ Adu ẹ lọ sọ́ lọ́jà o. Mo kí yín ẹ káàbọ̀. All the Odatiwa women initiatives, I greet you. Odatiwa, Odirorun. Let me greet TLG Women's Wing. TLG, I greet you all. I recognize Evangelist Amos from Cannes. Baba, I greet you. You are welcome. Pastor Oluwatobi Oke from the Chapel of Grace Government House, I greet you. I greet all my fathers and mothers in the Afenifere. You are all welcome, sir. Welcome, ma. Eku atunse ilu o. Let me use Baba Bashorun Sende Arugbofa as a point of respect to you all. You are welcome, sirs and mas. Thank you. Let me recognize in our midst this morning the Controller of Immigration Service, CISFA Adnara, PCC. Please bring it down, musician, bring it down. Let me recognize the Controller of Immigration Services, CISFA Adnara, PCC. I would also like to recognize PCC Yusuf Odunayo, representing the Commandant of NSC DC. Please bring it down, bring it down. I would also like to recognize ACF Oyedepo Moses, the Controller Ondo State Federal Fire Service. We have with us this morning His Imperial Majesty Oba Dr. Victor Adesimbo Kiladejo, CFR, Jilo III, the Oshemawe of Ondo Kingdom. Kabiesio, Kabiesi, I recognize you, sir. You are welcome. Civil society leaders from the Southwest State, we recognize you all. You are welcome.
Thank you. Bring it down. Bring it down. Tony, bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down. Bring it down.
That's the
Kowale.
Oluwatoyin
Kowale, pata, pata.
Mabaja Music Band. Thank you. Awesome job yesterday. Thank you very much, band. Oh, okay.
Bring it down. Aja Kowale, pata, pata. Aja Kowale, pata, pata. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can we settle down? Can we settle down? Ẹ jẹ́ kí a jókòó, ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Abẹ̀yìn ẹ̀yin bàbá wa àti màmá wa, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó.
Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ àwa tá a sì dúró yìí, ẹ mọ́ ṣèpàdé yìí ń bí o. Ẹ fi pàdé lẹ̀ sọ́wọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ lẹ́ o. Ẹ jẹ́ ká wábì kan jókòó sí, ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Thank you. À ń dúró dè yín kẹjọ, ẹ jókòó ká lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yìí, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ̀bẹ̀ lábẹ́. Thank you very much. Please, shall we all rise for the national anthem on this second day of the Southwest Stakeholders Dialogue? Please, shall we rise? It will join us later. Your Excellencies are here, so we acknowledge that. Ẹ kò ní bínú, ẹ tún jókòó. Wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe exercise díẹ̀ ni, ẹ má bínú, ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Má bínú.
At least a mọ̀ pé nírẹ̀ ni tí ó sùn. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Ọ̀dà, ẹ ṣeun, ẹ jẹ́ a jókòó. Ẹ jẹ́ a jókòó. Ohun tí àwọn àgbààgbà tí iṣẹ́ àgbààgbà nìyẹn láti tọ́ wa sọ́nà, ẹ ṣeun, Your Excellency. Ṣùgbọ́n ajúbà kọ́dá o, ajúbà ṣẹ̀dá, ajúbà gbogbo àwọn àgbààgbà tó tẹlẹ̀ idó, ajúbà ọkùnrin, aṣèjúbà fóbìnrin, bẹ́ẹ̀ la ya àwọn ọmọdé lẹ̀, ìbáláṣẹ o, kó má hùn wá, ẹjọ́ ojú wa ṣe. Àwọn ọmọ Oòduà la péjọ, àwọn ọmọ Oòduà la péjọ láti fi kùn lókun ká wo ibi a ti ń bọ̀, ká wo ibi tí a dé, ká sì wá sọ ibi tí a fẹ́ lọ láàrin ara wa. Ìpàdé mọ̀lẹ́bí leléyìí a bẹ̀rẹ̀ lánàá, Èdùà ó sì fún wa ṣe, ó fún wa sọ, ó sì fún wa gbọ́. Tòní òní yàtọ̀. Wípé ti Yorùbá kò ní kẹ́yìn lọ́rọ̀ Nàìjíríà, lágbára Ọlọ́run ọ̀rọ̀ tiyín náà ní kẹ́yìn. We therefore like to welcome you to this second day of the Southwest Stakeholders Dialogue with the theme Strengthening Democracy through Dialogue, Assessing Progress, Charting the Future. For those of us that are here, please, can we put our hands together for ourselves? Let's clap for ourselves, please. Bí Yorùbá ṣe wá ń ṣe, ẹ jẹ́ a wọ̀ tún, ká wò sí wa, ká kí ẹni tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ wa káàbọ̀ sétò yìí, ẹ jẹ́ a káàbọ̀, ẹ jẹ́ a kíra wa. Yorùbá èlé kò lè ṣàìkíra wọn. Ẹ wá bá mi sọ wípé àpérò wa yóò yọrí sí rere. A ò ní kábàámọ̀. Please.
A mọ̀ wípé ẹkú àtijọ́ máa pọ̀ ń bí ilé ni. A dẹ̀ mọ̀ wípé ìwọ nìyẹn, káre káàbọ̀ kúṣẹ́ ó máa pọ̀ níbí náà. Ṣùgbọ́n ó pọn dandan ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ká lè tètè ṣetán. Ẹ jẹ́ kí ká mú jókòó ká lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò ní kánmọ́nkíá. Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ọjọ́ kejì àpérò tó lágbára tó jẹ́ àpérò pàtàkì fún àwọn tó ń dìbò yan àwọn òṣèlú, tí ó tún jẹ́ ohun pàtàkì fún àwọn tí a yàn tá a dìbò yàn, kí wọ́n lè sọ fún wa ohun tí wọ́n ti ṣe fún ọdún méjì àti tí wọ́n tún fẹ́ ṣe, ṣó tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn àbí kò tẹ́ wa lọ́rùn. Ìdí tá a fi ṣe àpérò yìí leléyìí. So ẹ jẹ́ ká jókòó ká lè tètè bẹ̀rẹ̀ àpérò náà.
Mo wá ní pàtàkì àjúbà fáwọn bàbá wa, àwọn olórí nínú ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú, àti pàtàkì jùlọ àwọn bàbá wa láàfin. Ẹ bá mi panupọ̀ ṣe kábíyèsí o.
Kábíyèsí o.
Ẹ̀yin bàbá wa kádé pẹ́ lórí o, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. Ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ ó pọ̀ sí o, olórí ó ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ̀bí. Ẹ wàá kó wa jẹ pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ lágbára Èdùà, lágbára àwọn tí wọ́n tẹlẹ̀ yìí dó. Ẹ pẹ́ lórí àpèrè àwọn bàbá yín, ẹ sì kó wa mọ ọ̀nà òtítọ́ àti ọ̀nà òdodo. Right now, we say welcome. Níṣíwájú, a fẹ́ fi t'Olúwa síwájú bí a ṣe ṣe lánàá, torí kò sóhun tá a lè ṣe lẹ́yìn Èdùà. Àwọn mẹ́ta la pè, àwọn mẹ́ta náà ni.
Ẹni àkọ́kọ́ tí a máa pè kó wá gbàdúrà fún wa ni bàbá wa Bishop Ayọ̀dèjì Akọ́mọláfẹ́, the Deputy Chair, Christian Association of Nigeria, Ondo State. Bàbá wa Bishop Ayọ̀dèjì Akọ́mọláfẹ́.
Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn ẹ jọ̀ọ́.
Lẹ́yìn yẹn a máa pe bàbá wa kí wọ́n bá wa gbàdúrà ní ti ìtànà mùsùlùmí. Bàbá wa Sheikh Abdulhakeem Akorede, the Grand Imam of Akure Empire. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ máa bọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ máa bọ̀ ọ́, ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fáwọn náà.
Lẹ́yìn náà à ń pe alàgbà Ọláwálé Àjàwó láti YYSA. Àwọn ni wọ́n máa bá wa ṣe ìwúre ní àárọ̀ yìí.
Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn, ẹ yá máa bọ̀ lókè. Ẹ máa bọ̀ báyìí.
Alàgbà Ọláwálé Àjàó ẹ ṣe ní kọ́mọ́nkíá. Sheikh Abdulhakeem Akorede, Baba wa Sheikh Abdulhakeem Akorede, the Grand Imam of Akure Empire.
Ní ìtẹríba ẹ jẹ́ kí gbogbo wa kó dìde dúró. Olódùmarè, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ rẹ o fún Southwest deliberation ọjọ́ kejì. A dúpẹ́ ibi tí a ti ń bọ̀, a dúpẹ́ ibi tí a dé, a dúpẹ́ ibi tí ẹ mú wa lọ. Mọ́ṣá ìgbọ́pẹ́ wa o. A fi Southwest lé ọ lọ́wọ́. Lẹ́yìn ìjíròrò mọ́jà kábàámọ̀ o. A fẹ́ kí ẹ sọ ilẹ̀ wa ọlọ́ràá yìí di mọ̀ká fún orígun mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ̀rin àgbáyé, jẹ́ orí bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Àwa ọmọ Odùduwà ibi mójò ṣẹlẹ̀ sí wa o. Gbogbo àwọn tó dìde láti bá wa jà, Olúwa bá wọn jà. Àwọn tí ó ní ìfẹ́ wa, Olúwa ní ìfẹ́ wọn. Àwọn ọba wa jọ ń kalẹ̀ o. Ẹṣin ọba kó jókòó pẹ́ o. Àwọn gómìnà wa, ọgbọ́n rẹ, ìmọ̀ rẹ, òye rẹ jẹ́ ó jẹ́ ìpín wọn o. Má jọ sọ tara wọn, mọ́jà ó ṣe tara wọn. Jẹ́ kán rántí ìwọ Ọlọ́run. Mọ́ṣá ìgbàkóso gbogbo délẹ̀ o. A gbàdúrà fún ààrẹ orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà, bá wa gbàdúrà fún o. A dúpẹ́ nítorí ẹ ti gbọ́ àdúrà o. Ní ìkẹyìn jẹ́ ká lè yìn ọ́ o. Ní orúkọ ọmọ rẹ kan ṣoṣo, Jésù Kristi, alágbàwí wa.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi wassalatu wassalam ala ashrafil anbiya'i Muhammadin ibn Abdullahi wa alihi wa sahabatihi ajma'in. A dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run fún ìpéjọpọ̀ wa ní àná tí Ọlọ́run ní kí ó yọrí sí dáadáa. A sì wá tún fẹ́ fi tènílé Ọlọ́run ọba náà lọ́wọ́. Gbogbo wa tí Ọlọ́run fún ní àǹfààní láti wà níbí lénìí pẹ̀lú àṣẹ Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo ohun tí a fẹ́ ṣe níbí lénìí Ọlọ́run kó bá fi àlùbáríkà sí. Nígbà tí a bá máa parí ètò náà ká máa tún dúpẹ́ fún Ọlọ́run. Gbogbo ibi tí oníkálukú wa ti wá, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ká padà sílé wa pẹ̀lú ìrọ̀rùn. Àwọn ìjọba wa jákèjádò Southwest abẹ́lọ́run nínú àánú rẹ̀, Ọlọ́run kó bá wa pẹ̀lú wọn, Ọlọ́run bá wa darí wọn. Aṣáájú wa ní orílẹ̀-èdè wa Nàìjíríà, bàbá wa Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ wọn ó ṣìṣe. Ọlọ́run a bẹ̀ ọ́ gbogbo èrò ọkàn wọn láti lè gbé Nàìjíríà dókè, Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kó ṣeé ṣe fún wọn. Nígbẹ̀yìn náà, Ọlọ́run má jẹ́ ó bàjẹ́ fẹ́nìkankan wa. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adhaban nar. Wa sallallahu wa sallama ala nabiyyina Muhammadin wa alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Olódùmarè, ọba tó dá wa sí, tó pa wá mọ́ lọ́wọ́ ewu ayé gbogbo. Òun náà ló ṣe Yorùbá lórí láàrin ẹ̀yà gbogbo lórílẹ̀-èdè yìí, tó fi jẹ́ pé ẹ̀yà Yorùbá, ẹ̀yà ìwọ̀ oòrùn gúúsù orílẹ̀-èdè yìí tó fi ń yá ìjọba àpapọ̀ lówó nígbà kan rí. Kí ògo Yorùbá lè padà sí bí a ṣe jẹ́ orí lórílẹ̀-èdè yìí, òun la tó torí ẹ̀ pé àpérò yìí ká lè jíròrò lórí ọ̀nà àbáyọ tí Yorùbá tó fi padà sí ipò aṣáájú, tí wọ́n fi mọ Yorùbá nílà oòrùn àgbáyé, ìwọ̀ oòrùn àgbáyé, gúúsù àti àríwá àgbáyé. bí a ṣe wá sí ibi lónìí tí à ń kásẹ̀ àpérò wa ọlọ́jọ́ méjì ńlẹ̀ lónìí, k'Olódùmarè kó wà pẹ̀lú wa, kó jẹ́ ó yẹ wá, kó má yẹ̀ ẹ́ lẹ̀. Ìtarùkù ní ṣàwó tarùkù, ìtarùkù ní ṣàwó tarùkù, ìtarùkùrùkù tatata, adíá fúngbà tí ṣàwó ròde Ọ̀yọ́. Wọ́n ní ó kàálẹ̀ ọjà ẹbọ ni kó wá ṣe, ìgbà arúlá ìgbà arúkàn, bá a bá ti wáyé eré ànígbà are ni, ẹ̀rín lógòdó orí pàdé olóko lọ́nà ọjà. Òṣòlórà wa Yorùbá lónìí o, ẹ̀rín ni yèèpè àmọ́dún abẹ̀rín ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Àjẹ́ lórí wa lónìí o, ẹ̀rín ni yèèpè àmọ́dún abẹ̀rín ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Ẹlẹ́bọ lóògùn lórí wa lónìí o, ẹ̀rín ni yèèpè àmọ́dún abẹ̀rín ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Ìtawí Ọlọ́run jẹ́ ó ṣẹ tó àbálá.
Bí mo dífá bí mo ríre, ire mi kà ṣàìgbà. Bí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ bí mo ríre, ire mi. Ẹ wo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá látẹ̀wọ́ ẹ jọ̀ọ́. Mo ní mẹ́ta lọ́kan ni, kò síjà kò síta. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá mélòó lẹ rí tí ẹbí Yorùbá mélòó lẹ rí tí ò ní mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta láàárín, wọn ò sì gúnra wọn. Àwọn ò ní jà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀sìn lágbára Láràbí. Gbogbo ohun tí tó jẹ́ ìfọ̀kànbalẹ̀ lámọ̀ọ́rí ńlẹ̀ Yorùbá, ẹ bá ń ṣàmì àṣẹ. And so, Your Excellencies, we thank you for showing up. Our distinguished guests, we thank you for showing up. Our royal fathers, we are thanking you. Welcome to the second day of the Southwest Dialogue.
Yẹmí, nígbà tí à ń ṣe ìwúre, tẹ́ bá wojú mi ẹ rí pé omijé wà ń bẹ̀. Tí n bá tún táyé wá, Yorùbá ni mo tún fẹ́ jẹ. Èdè Yorùbá ó lẹ́wà, ó ládùn, ó mú orí wú. Ẹ bá wa pàtẹ́wọ́ fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Oh my God, that was really moving.
We'd like to announce the arrival of our co-host governor. That's the governor of this great state. Please, let's give him a big round of applause. The Ondo State governor is here, Excellency Lucky Orimisa Ayedatiwa.
Ayedatiwa. Ó di rọrùn.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, our women.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ẹni Ọlọ́run bá ti ń ṣe tiẹ̀, èṣù bá jà. But we are going to take the national anthem at this point. We'll be waiting for you. But the truth is, you are what waiting for. Shall we all rise for the national anthem? Shall we rise, please?
national anthem, please.
Nigeria, hail thee, our own dear native land. No tribe and tongue may differ. In brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. The Southwest Anthem. Full mic.
Kagbega, kagbega, kagbega fayeri. Ìgbàgbọ́ ni pé bá ti bẹ̀rù làbọ̀ mọ́. Ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká ṣiṣẹ́, ká jọlá. Ìṣọ̀kan àtòmìnira ni ẹ jẹ́ ká máa lépa. Tẹ̀síwájú fọ̀pọ̀ ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Oòduà dìde, bọ́ sípò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ gbogbo adúláwọ̀.
Ẹ jẹ́ àwòrán wa látẹ̀wọ́. Ẹ jókòó. First assignment fún gbogbo wa, and that includes me. Ẹ lọ kọ Southwest Anthem.
Including you.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ẹ lọ kọ Southwest Anthem. Ká lè kọ́ àwọn ọmọ wa, ó ṣe pàtàkì. Mo wí ire àbí mi ò wí ire? Ẹ ṣeun adúpẹ́. Thank you very much. So we go on.
We now establish the protocol so that every speaker who comes here will not have to do that again. You will only just come and speak to your speeches and to the issues. Your Excellency, the host governor for this event, the executive governor of Ondo State, Mr. Lucky Orimisa Ayedatsiwa. Thank you, women.
Tóyìn, ṣorí ohun tó
Thank
dálẹ̀.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go on.
Your Excellencies, governors of Southwest Nigeria, Your Excellency, past governors present, deputy governors past and present, distinguished members of the National Assembly, members of the State Houses of Assembly in Southwest Nigeria, honorable ministers and ministers of state of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, chief justices in Southwest Nigeria, members of the state executive councils in Southwest Nigeria, heads of key government agencies, parastatals and institutions, heads of security agencies in Southwest Nigeria here, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the academia, captains of industry, our esteemed royal fathers, religious leaders here present, civil society representatives, our women leaders and their organizations, and members of the press and the media. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to day 2 of the Citizen Government Engagement Summit. It's a dialogue to strengthen democracy and to assess progress in order to chart the future for Southwest Nigeria. May we give ourselves a round of applause for making it here today.
In all this, we also want to thank our brothers and sisters that are spread all across the country, Nigeria. We have our Ishakiri brothers and sisters here, led by Honorable Kingsley Tenuma. Please, can we put our hands together for them, please? We also have our honorable appearance Ifejuku, President-elect Ishakiri National Youth Council. Ẹ bá mi wò wọ́n láti ẹwọ́ ẹjọ́. Àwọn ọmọ ìyá wa láti Kogi wọ́n wà níbí, láti Kwara wọ́n wà níbí, láti Taraba wọ́n wà níbí, North Central wọ́n wà níbí, àtẹ́wọ́dà fún wọn. Wọ́n ní a ò lè ṣe léyìí lẹ́yìn àwọn. Ọ̀kan ni wá, ẹ̀jẹ̀ wa ni wọ́n. Àdúpẹ́ o. Wípé apèyín àsìjẹyín. Of course, I would like to acknowledge the presence of my brother, Mr. Patrick Doyle, from the Chekiri team. Thank you so much for being part of this. Thank you so much. And now we move on quickly.
Yes, would like to take the remarks from the steering committee chairman, Right Honorable Dr. Akin-Onigbide, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He's represented here by Agbakin Demola Folari, the Mayegun of Ibadan land. Can we please have a robust applause for him as he makes his way to the podium? The Mayegun of Ibadan land, Agbakin Demola Folari.
Mo fẹ́ tọrọ gáfárà kan. Ẹ gbé èbò DMB lónìí o, kò sí bá ṣe ṣe. Torí àwa tá wà ń bí nìkan ṣo kọ́ là ń wo kinní yìí. Káàkiri àgbáyé ni wọ́n ti ń wò wá. Ó dẹ̀ ṣe pàtàkì ká sọ kó yé wọn. Tó tẹ bá gbọ́ tá bá fèbó, ẹ mọ́ sọ pé kí ni ń ṣe wọ́n o. Ẹ mọ́ agbọ́ Yorùbá náà o. Ṣùgbọ́n á fèbó sí kò sí bá ṣe ṣe ẹ jọ̀ọ́ o.
Thank you. A little correction before I proceed. I'm not the Mayegun of Ibadan. I am Agbakin Mayegun of Ibadan. There are two different titles. And I'm the General Secretary of Afenifere. Thank you. I'm bound by the established protocol. I will therefore not waste your time in further recognitions. But in spite of that, I must recognize the presence of the Executive Governor of Ondo State, who is he says he's not the chief host, but he's the chief host, along with the convener, who is Baba Fashionati. Thank you. This is an address of the Southwest Summit Chairman, Dr. Akin-Onigbide, who is unavoidably absent. The Southwest Summit is the thinker, the originator of a concept that is being implemented today. The concept is being implemented by Afenifere and the Dawn Commission under the acronym AFDAC, AF for Afenifere, DAC for Dawn Commission. The address goes thus. On behalf, the title is A New Chapter in the Annals of Democratic Governance of the Southwest region. On behalf of the Southwest Summit Steering Committee, I extend a warm welcome to each of you as we gather to this historic Southwest Citizen Government Engagement Summit in Akure, Ondo State. This summit represents a milestone in our democratic journey as a region. For the first time, we are creating an institutional platform where citizens can directly engage with the government on policies, programs, and priorities that affect our daily lives. This is democracy in action. Transparent, participatory, and accountable. This level of accountability is unprecedented, and I salute your courage, your commitment to participatory governance, and your willingness to subject your policies and programs to direct citizen scrutiny. If sustained and institutionalized, it will be remembered as a turning point in how the government engages with citizens in Nigeria. Distinguished delegates, let me be emphatic. The greatest threat to this initiative is not opposition from any quarters. The greatest threat is that we treat this as a one-off event rather than the beginning of an enduring initiative to foster and promote good governance in Nigeria. I therefore call on all stakeholders present to ensure this becomes a statutory fixture in the Southwest Governance Calendar. Please permit me to repeat that statement because it is very important and those who can implement it are sitting with us. I therefore call on all stakeholders present to ensure that this becomes a statutory fixture in the Southwest Governance Calendar. Over the next 2 days, this should have been delivered yesterday. So, over the next 2 days, you will witness unprecedented dialogue between government officials and citizens across 6 critical thematic areas, from fiscal reforms to security, from economic development to human capital. Every sector that touches our lives will be openly discussed, assessed, and charted for the future. This summit is not just about dialogue. It is about commitments, follow-through, and measurable outcomes. We expect government representatives to present evidence-based reports, and we hold them accountable for the commitments they make here. And since my senior in school, Mr. Dialouge, is sitting there, this is directed at you. You are the only minister here at the moment. This summit, I urge you to participate actively, speak truth to power respectfully, and leave here with renewed hope that together we can build a Southwest region that works for all its citizens. If this summit yields concrete alignment between policy directions and citizens' expectations, leading to policy changes that improve citizens' lives, then we'll have succeeded in our mission. But if this summit becomes just another event, just another gathering that produces resolutions that gather dust on shelves, or just another missed opportunity for genuine democratic engagement, then we will have failed, not just ourselves, but the millions of Southwest citizens who are counting on us to get governance right. I believe we will succeed. I believe in the vision we have articulated. I believe in the commitment of the stakeholders gathered here. And I believe that together we can build a Southwest region that is not just prosperous, but also just, and not just developed, but also humane, and not just democratic in name, but truly participatory in practice. Let us begin this important work with open minds, honest hearts, and a shared commitment to the welfare and progress of our beloved Southwest region. May our deliberations be fruitful, our engagements constructive, and our outcomes transformational. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless the Southwest region. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. Right Honorable Dr. Akin Onigmide, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chairman, Southwest Summit Steering Committee.
Something tells me the applause can be louder. Yes, it is a dialogue of the Southwest. At this gathering, we are here to tell each other the truth and forge the way forward. One more time, we'd like to thank the host governor for this concept, for having us. Yesterday, because there are bullet points to take away from here, Fashionati made a salient point, and I'm just reminding our leaders here. When Ondo finds a solution to a problem, let Oyo copy it. There is no shame in it. When Lagos finds a solution, let Ogun copy it. Let us move forward. There's no point in reinventing the wheel. And I hope and I know that our leaders will take this home. Can we put our hands together for them? Honorable Minister for Solid Minerals, Mr. Dialouge, it's a pleasure to have you here, sir. Can we clap for him? Can we clap for him, please? So we are moving on quickly, and it's time to call on the DG of the Dawn Commission, Dr. Sheye Oyeleye, to take his beat. Can we clap for him, please? Can we clap for him, please?
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, Governor Lucky Ayedatiwa, the Executive Governor of Osun State, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Barrister Kola Adewusi, Honorable Minister, Egbon Dele Alake, Kabiyesi's seated here this morning, the former governor of Ondo State, Governor Mimiko, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, indeed our Afenifere leaders, good morning, and thank you for honoring our invitation. We are excited to have you on day 2. I must confess that when I was coming this morning, I expected an half-empty hall. Going by the audience and the attendance yesterday, I was pleasantly surprised we were met on ground. Thank you. It shows the confidence you have in us, one, and particularly the importance you are attaching to this event. I stand before you today not just as the Director General of Dawn Commission, but as a proud son of Southwest, deeply committed to the progress and prosperity of our beloved region. This moment represents something profoundly significant in our collective journey as a people. Now, since the announcement of this summit, I've been asked repeatedly, why is Dawn Commission partnering with Afenifere? And my answer has always been, if not Afenifere, who else? If not Afenifere, who else? Dawn Commission is open to every opportunity that helps us build institutions capable of bridging intra-regional divides. We seek platforms that create pathways to collaboration around our shared values, shared heritage, and shared destiny. So when Afenifere approached and presented this vision of a structured, inclusive platform For Southwest voices to engage with the federal government, we saw not just an opportunity, but a responsibility we could not refuse. History teaches us that progress is built on partnerships, not isolation. The European Union was born from the ashes of conflict when Jean Monnet and Robert Schuman recognized that cooperation, not competition, would secure prosperity. The Nordic Council has for over 70 years demonstrated that regional collaboration strengthens rather than weakens national identity. We therefore thank the originators and the enablers of this idea for their vision. My onerous plea with everyone here today is that we ensure, and as my leader said, we must ensure that this becomes an enduring institutional platform through which Southwest engages with the federal government starting from today and into the foreseeable future. In a democracy, dialogue is a fundamental right, not a favor. And platforms like this summit that facilitate dialogue are not optional but essential. Distinguished guests, I must acknowledge with humility that this is our first edition, and like any pioneering efforts, it has come with significant lessons and learning curves. There were moments of uncertainty and coordination complexities, but every great institution started with a first attempt. And at this juncture, I would like to say thank you once again to the host governor, Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa. Thank you for chesting out and for saying we should go ahead. And we thank you that this is happening. The first World Economic Forum in Davos in 1971 had only 444 participants. Today, it shapes global economic policy. The first AU summit faced skepticism, but today it represents 1.4 billion people on this continent. On behalf of the conveners and all supporters, I make this solemn promise. This event is the beginning of an institution. Institutions are refined through iteration, strengthened through commitment, and sustained through collective ownership. We need platforms like this that bring us together, and history offers ample lessons. The German states formed the Sovereign in 1834 to promote economic cooperation. when regions are neglected, no amount of central planning can compensate for the resulting imbalances and grievances. Mr. President's support, therefore, for regional development should be recognized by well-meaning Nigerians as strategic statesmanship. It recognizes that in a federation as diverse and vast as Nigeria, one-size-fits-all solutions will always fit poorly. Regional institutions, properly empowered and adequately funded, becomes force multipliers for national development. Identifying local opportunities, mobilizing local resources, and delivering context-specific solutions that central bureaucracies often cannot. As we proceed with this summit's deliberation, I urge 3 commitments. 1, commit to honest dialogue. Let us engage with data, evidence, and experience. Democracy thrives on transparency, not on theatrics. Commit to constructive engagement. Criticisms come with alternatives. Bring not just problems, but proposals. Not just grievances, but game plans. Commit to institutional building. What we started yesterday must endure. The summit's outcome must translate into policies, monitoring, and measurable results. Our success will be measured not by my speech or other speeches, but by the improvements citizens experience 12 months from now. In conclusion, in 1999, democracy returned to Nigeria amidst doubt. 26 years later, it stands because people built institutions that strengthen democracy. Today, we are building another institution, a platform for structured citizen government engagement at the regional level. Some will doubt, some will criticize, but those who believe must make it work, improve it, and prove that dialogue delivers development. We're embarking on such a journey to a place where citizens' voices shape federal policies, where regional priorities command national attention, and where collaboration replaces complaints. This is not Afenifere Summit alone. It is not Dawn Commission Summit alone. It is the Southwest Summit. It belongs to all. Let us own it. Let us sustain it. Let future generations remember this as the beginning of a new era in Southwest development and democratic governance. As the Yoruba say, bí a bá fi ọwọ́ òsì wẹ ọ̀tún, wẹ ọwọ́ ọ̀tún á wẹ òsì. When the left hand washes the right washes the left. Let this summit be where federal and regional governments and citizens wash hands together to build a virile Southwest Nigeria, a ditto Nigeria we all deserve. Thank you for coming, and I wish us productive engagement. Thank you very much indeed.
The Dawn Commission deserves a big round of applause, please.
Yes, indeed.
That is one organization that we are all very, very proud of to be part of.
And one that has endured for long.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And we must not leave out the fact that proudly, we are associating with the giant strides of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Somebody should clap for this man.
There should be. We can make the applause more robust.
Underestimate that man at your own peril, because it's forging ahead, the reforms are going on, and of course, we are very proud of the progress. One more time, this country, Nigeria, deserves a round of applause.
Particularly because the economy is recovering and Nigeria is on the path of progress under the able leadership of our own son of Yoruba land, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, our president. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you.
Ní wákàtí tí a wà yìí, bàbá wa fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀. Bàbá yìí kò èèrà tí ò ní kìnnínú. And he's going to say the way it is. And I'm sorry to say, no apologies. Please join us as we welcome, respectfully, our father, Archbishop Ladigbolu.
A round of applause for him.
Ẹ bá ń fi àtẹ́wọ́ gbé bàbá yìí gòkè.
I would like to seek your permission to add a little bit more to the protocol for reasons I believe are well known to you. I come from the Aláàfin of Ọ̀yọ́ ruling family, and so I owe it a duty to say Kábíyèsí to all my fathers who are here because it is their land, it is their heritage, it is their possession that we are seeking to protect and promote. Mo júbà fún gbogbo orí adé, mo tẹ orí ba fún gbogbo ọrùn tí ń lo òjìbà lẹ̀kẹ̀. Òdùmarè tó fi yín ṣe aṣojú rẹ̀ láyé yóò máa kọ́ yín máa ṣe o. Kábíyèsí, Kábíyèsí, Kábíyèsí aláyélúwà. Now returning to the existing protocol, I think I can proceed with my presentation. And I have chosen for this special address the theme, Reawakening the Giant to the reality of the transition from adversity to prosperity. Reawakening the giant to the reality of the transition from adversity to prosperity. I express my sincere appreciation to the organizers for giving me this privilege to present a special address at this significant Southwest Shareholders Summit. I also congratulate the convener and Father Superior of Afenifere, Paruben Fashoranti, CFR. Papa is not only my leader, he is also my teacher. He was principal of Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo, from 1973 to 1975. And I happen to be one of the very few honorary members of the Olivet Baptist High School Oyo Alumni Association. As we assemble here, our memory bank is full of recollections of various Yoruba or Southwest summits, particularly those at which milestone resolutions were made. And I want to start with the Yoruba Agenda Summit of 2005. And I have brought along what came out of that summit. This is a copy of the Yoruba Agenda. I'm sure some of you still have copies, and I've kept mine jealously. There was the Cow Herders Summit, Cow Herders Invasion Summit in Ibadan in 2015 at the State House of Chiefs. What came out of that was what later became known as Yoruba Koya movement and the Sunday Igboho phenomenon. I am sure you remember. There was the State of the Nation Summit at Ikene in 2018. And the impact of that summit was our protestation on Yoruba marginalization. And I'm happy the chairman of the think tank committee that worked for that summit is Senator Femi Okuromu, who is here with us today. But then there was another summit, and it was the Nigeria in Search of a Nation Summit at Lekan Salami Stadium in Ibadan in 2017. And the outcome of that was our total commitment, that is as the Southwest, to press for the restructuring of the administration of Nigeria. Some of us here participated in that summit as well. But then there was another interactive summit of Yoruba and Southwest leaders of thought at Eko Holidays and Suits in Lagos. And that took place in 2023. And you will recall that it was at that summit that we sang the song Tiwan Tiwa to the high heavens. Actually, that song was composed in Akure, in the house of Abafa Shoranti. Yorùbá ò sọ pé kò ní súnmọ́ jiyàn tiwantiwa. Ọmọ aládé ò sọ pé kélépo má ṣe bẹ̀ o tiwantiwa. Ire tó wọlé tọ̀ wá àwa ó sì ríre gbà tiwantiwa. Tinubu làwa tẹ̀lé o yóò sì ríre gbà tiwantiwa. Yorùbá ò sọ pé kó ní sùmọ́ jiyàn tiwantiwa. Ọmọ aládé ò sọ pé kélépo má ṣe bẹ̀ o tiwantiwa. Ire tó wọlé tọ̀ wá o a ó sì ríre gbà tiwantiwa. Tinubu làwa tẹ̀lé o yóò sì ríre gbà tiwantiwa. That was the theme, that was the song, that was the determination, that was the prayer, and the rest is history. So in addition to this very important document titled Yoruba Agenda, ratified and published in 2005, all the summits produced various kinds of beneficial results, not only for our region, but also for our nation at large. But there was then another summit in 2014. And the Southwest was divided into two groups. Some of us came here to Akure in 2014. And some of us went to Lagos. And that was because of the national confab. There was a Yoruba Southwest Summit here in Akure. The outcome of that summit and the resolutions of that confab was expected to erase the plague of 1914 from this land forever. But unfortunately, it was not allowed so to be. And that is why we are still amending the military constitution even now in 2025. I would like to thank our governors for their steadfastness, encouragement, and support for Dawn Commission, whose mandate is our regional integrated development. The Commission has gone a long way in its 12 years of existence to transform our region and to dream big for our holistic growth and comprehensive development. Thank God, Tete Popo ni Dawn Commission ó ti lóminekùn kójò tó rọ̀ sí. I also salute our governors for their progressive and cooperative endorsement of this dialogue as a welcome opportunity for our people to exercise their rights and responsibilities in this engagement. This is a veritable means of re-engaging, re-energizing our region. No doubt, this dialogue will enable our citizens to participate constructively in governance. They will be able to utilize their Olaju. See, Yorubas are not only Omoluabis, they are also Olajus, whether you like it or not. So we're going to be able to utilize our Olaju, our sophistication in pursuit of national growth and development. So now, Let's talk to Yoruba the giant. Yoruba are much talked and written about. Truly, poems have been composed to extol our virtues, and anthems adopted which challenge our patriotism and resilience. Yoruba rororo bí iná alẹ́, Yoruba rẹ́rẹ́rẹ́ bí omi òkun, Yoruba bàbá ni bàbá ń ṣe. We are, and proudly so we are, the trailblazers, the pace setters, and the pathfinders. Àwa ni àjànàkú tí mi gbó kìjikìji. Yes, Yoruba are long-distance runners. Somebody said, a Yoruba man built a car with no reverse gear and no side mirror because his motto is forward ever, backward never. Yoruba has given a lot to the world. Our hands have been on top for a long time, even here in Nigeria. We are found everywhere in the world, and we impact positively on every aspect of the lives of our host communities. Professor Rokpo Sekoni wrote a book titled Federalism and the Yoruba Character. And in that book, he enclosed a chapter titled, What Do the Yorubas Want? That is on pages 71 to 83. And he highlighted a few grand delusions worth mentioning. One, that restoration of true federalism is a mirage. That it is only God who can change Nigeria because he created it. That only violence can lead to ethnic liberation. And then he raised the question, can a brave president bring about true federalism unilaterally? He, that is the prof, pessimistically concluded that, and I quote, the future of the Yoruba in a Nigeria that is largely unitary is not a promising one. End of quote. He therefore, and that's the real message, he therefore urged all pro-democracy groups, diaspora bodies, and all lovers of Nigeria not to give up, but to utilize all available means to speak up and cry aloud as we have sought to do at this dialogue. Àdé ìgbẹ́ àbí àdénú gbó ìfọhùn ilẹ̀ yẹ oko ṣe suni léni lórí. Cry aloud. Speak up. I had sought in my address to adapt the anthem of Oyo State, which says, Aṣíwájú ni wá, Aṣíwájú ni wá, ipò aṣíwájú lolódùmarè fún wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ọmọ Yorùbá, ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe gírí. Ọmọ Yorùbá, ká tẹpá wa mọ́ṣẹ́, ká bára wa sọ̀rọ̀, ká sòdodo, ká ṣe ohun tó tọ́ tó dára nígbà gbogbo, níbi gbogbo fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá. Ó ní kò ní rẹ̀yìn o, lójú mi kò ní rẹ̀yìn o. Kò ní rẹ̀yìn o, nípa tèmi kò ní rẹ̀yìn. Èmi á ṣe ohun tó tọ́ tó dára nígbà gbogbo, níbi gbogbo fúnlẹ̀ Yorùbá. Is that your determination? Is that your resolution. Because that is what Dawn Commission is all about. That is what we expect this dialogue to emphasize and promote. The sum total of which is high standard of living and improved well-being for our people. So this dialogue is a moral exercise in democratic participation that can greatly help in boosting Southwest development. It affords us the unique opportunity to engage directly with the federal government rather than listen to hearsay, hate speech, rumors, or fake news. Yoruba are good individually, but we can be better if we work together. Yoruba are good individually, but we can be much, much better if we work together. Instead of agonizing over our present conditions, we must, as we have done now, organize to change them for the better. It has been said that in the Southwest, many groups who claim to be speaking for the people are not talking to each other. I'm sure this dialogue will solve part of that problem by enabling us to harmonize our positions and present united resolutions, united recommendations. I remember late Dr. Tunji Otegbeye, while he was addressing a group of Yoruba leaders at the Institute of Church and Society, Samanda, Ibadan, on July 6, 2007. And he said, I quote, "I have ceased to deify man since I was disappointed by Zeke. But same is not true of Awo, who lived and died for Yoruba unity and one Nigeria. He lived and led by example." End of quote. Sure, we know we cannot recreate Obafemi Awolowo. Neither can we recreate Adekunle Ajasin. But we can use the auspices, as we are doing today, the auspices of the Fashorantis, the Falayes, the Akandes, to create a collective leadership which is credible and able to enunciate the Yoruba priorities, which to me are the principle of Omoluabi and Olaju, which presents the Southwest as a people concerned not only about today, but also about the future. We are citizens proud of what we earn from our labors, rather than what can be stolen from public funds. Iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ àwa làwa gbójúlé. We are committed to enabling our component parts develop their resources, eradicating poverty, and making our populations proud to be Yoruba Nigerians. Let me tell you, Africa and the world looks up to Nigeria. We Yoruba are considered vital to the success or failure of the Nigerian project. The giant must not turn to a dwarf under pressure or pain. The giant must not turn to a dwarf under pressure or pain. Nigeria must not collapse under our watch. I have listed a few items, but before I move to that, late Tubat Ogunde sang Lẹ́yìn òkùnkùn biribiri ìmọ́lẹ̀ àtàn, which means for me in English, after the famine comes the bountiful harvest. Nigeria and the Southwest can transit from adversity to prosperity if we pay attention to certain salient issues at this dialogue. And the first of them is this: we cannot eat our cake and still have it. I hope this dialogue will take note of that fact. We cannot eat our cake and still have it. This dialogue has provided the opportunity for us in the Southwest to ask all the relevant questions and obtain all the necessary answers. We must obtain all the available data. How much has been earned? How much is being saved? What are the infrastructure plans on ground? What effect will they have on the people? Is Nigeria rich or poor? What are the statistical details to back up our assertions? Should we continue to consume what we do not produce? How does the global wars impact our economy, particularly what's going on in Ukraine and in Israel? How much of our needs can we produce locally? Can we go back to the 1960s when we produced our food, our clothes, our vehicles, and exported our cocoa and cotton and palm oil and groundnut? Oh, the good old days when Awu established first TV station in Africa and built the cocoa house. Can we go back? Well, I don't know. Maybe you have the answers. But then, I turn to the issue of Asiwajunomics. What I call Asiwajunomics, and how it is going to turn adversity to prosperity. There was strong protest in 2012. And some of those who governed us at that time are alive and well and here. When we should have gone into this economic restructuring, but we delayed, we were afraid, we could not face it. But here we are today. So I am strongly convinced that if we do not repeat the experiences of 2012, wherein we resisted the full and complete implementation of the current economic policies of the federal government, our endurance and patience this time around can yield, among others. These are my own projections. can yield, among others, the following dividends. Number one, it will make more money available to the federal government, and through that agency to the sub-nationals for infrastructure development, and thereby eventually reduce each person's personal expenses. Electricity generation, for example, will improve, and we will need less petrol and diesel for powering our generators. More vehicles will also be powered by gas, thus reducing our reliance on PMS. The availability of cooking gas will reduce dependence on firewood and charcoal, thereby protecting our environment from degradation. 3, massive transportation facilities will be available, like trains and buses, thereby reducing the number of heavy-duty trucks and tankers from our roads. This, in turn, will reduce our expenses on road repairs and maintenance nationwide. Affordable healthcare services will be at our beck and call, while global standard education will also thrive. The policies will drive massive local manufacturing and production, like we once had at Lafia Canning Factory at Apata Ganga in Ibadan. We shall return to agricultural investments and the use of local products, and our engineers and technologists will embrace innovation and creativity, producing appropriate tools and machines for our small, medium, and large-scale industries without needing to use the dollar to import them from America, from China, or from Korea. I believe our flashy, showy-fish, and extravagant lifestyles will be curtailed, and more will live within their means. Wasteful, careless spending will be under control. Our number of personal vehicles and luxury automobiles will be curtailed, and unnecessary travels avoided. And as we grow wiser, but not miserly, more Nigerians will ask questions from our government and make them accountable for the disbursement and management of public funds. 9, public office holders nationwide will be more careful and watchful, and corruption will be drastically reduced. The price of PMS, gas, pipe-borne water, and other utilities will reduce as we all determine to sacrifice for our great nation, Nigeria. And the fear of God and brotherly love will permeate every aspect of our reformed lives, affecting both the leaders and their followers. For, according to the Bible, in Proverbs 29:2, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. Before I draw to a close, I would like to raise the issue of new tax law and mention the miracle of the bite busters. Before closing, permit me to call on the Federal Inland Revenue Service, the Ministry of Information and National Orientation Agency, to consider organizing special meetings nationwide for the enlightenment of our people on the implementation and implications of the new tax law. It is on record that one Yoruba king was forced out of the palace by women protesting against taxation. I don't want to mention the location. Another king was also removed from office on the basis of tax-related allegations. Taxation is a most essential but sensitive aspect of any economy. Let us prepare our people for this important civic responsibility ahead of its implementation. Next is the digital education for innovation and economic development. Because this is currently being promoted by Odua Investment Foundation, chaired by Our Excellency Ambassador Dr. Olatokunbo Awolowo Dosunmu. I was part of the audience at the project presentation in Ibadan on October 24 this year. This novel project is nurturing our future by giving young people in secondary schools wings to fly in spite of geography or money. It is demonstrating the transformative power of digital education through different kinds of apps designed and executed by pupils from rural and urban schools in the Southwest. The amazing apps include those for security, for health technology, for educational technology, and for entertainment. It even includes one version of a popular television show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I therefore urge all ministries of education, science, and technology in the Southwest to support this project in order to make our region the Silicon Valley of Nigeria. Why? Because our forefathers were the ancient AI experts who invented the Sigidi. Have you forgotten that? So why can't we return to that heritage? Like in the divination for Orunmila by Opapompo Ori Ewure and Agbedegbede Ake, when his economic situation was in turmoil, nígbà tí Ọ̀rúnmìlà tó ń ga ọrùn wo ọlá ọlọ́lá, ó wá pe àwọn awo rẹ̀ jọ, ó pe Ọ̀pápónpó Orí Ewúrẹ́, ó pe Agbẹ̀dẹ̀gbẹ̀dẹ̀ Àkẹ̀, wọ́n wá dífá fún un. Wọ́n á ní kó pe àwọn èrò jọ kí wọ́n jọ ṣàpérò. Irú rẹ̀ là ń ṣe lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ yìí o. Ẹ̀yin ni Ọ̀pápónpó Orí Ewúrẹ́, ẹ̀yin ni Agbẹ̀dẹ̀gbẹ̀dẹ̀ Àkẹ̀. Wọ́n wá wò lọ, wọ́n wò bọ̀, wọ́n wá sọ fún Ọ̀rúnmìlà pé tó bá gbé báyìí, tó bá gbé báyìí, tó bá tó báyìí, tó bá rù báyìí, ọlá rẹ̀ ò lè parun. Wọ́n bá sẹnu kótó, lórí awo bá bọ́ sí wọn lẹ́nu. Wọ́n bá ń sọ pé ọlá ìkín kò lérun o, ọlá ìkín kò lérun, ọlá ifá kì í tán, ọlá kù lẹ́yìn, ọlá ìkín kò lérun, ọlá ìkín kò lérun o, ọlá àwa kò lérun. Ọmọ Òdùà, ọlá àwa kò lérun o, ọlá àwa kò lérun, ọlá kì í tán, ọlá kù lẹ́yìn, ọlá àwa kò lérun. mo wá sọ nú ewì kúńkó kan tí mo kọ, mo ní ojú lè pọ́n kókó kò sọ pé kójú ó fọ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ lè fi ní làkàlàkà a sì yin nínú. Bí òní bá kan gógó kò ní sọ pé kí ọ̀la ọmọ dùn joyin lọ. Èèyàn tí ó bá tọ́ ìyàwó rí kì í mọ rírì adùn. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa, ẹ̀yin olùṣẹ́ ti múra láyé wa. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa o. Mo lólúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa, láyé wa. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa o. Bọ́mọ Yorùbá bá fi inú konú, bọ́mọ Yorùbá bá fi inú konú, bókè àti ìsàlẹ̀ bá sì ṣe papọ̀.
Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa o. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa o.
Ẹ dìde dúró ẹja jù.
Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa o.
Bọ́mọ Yorùbá bá fi inú konú, bókè àti ìsàlẹ̀ bá sì ṣe papọ̀. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa.
Ó sì kù, ẹ má ìjókòó. Wọ́n ní Yorùbá ò sọ pé kó ní ṣù má jiyàn. Ọmọ aládé ò sọ pé lépo má sì bẹ̀rù. Aṣíwájú là tẹ̀lé o, a ó sì ríre. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà láyé wa. Aṣíwájú mọ́mìs làwa ń ṣe o, a ó sì ríre. Olúwa ó ṣeun àrà. Absolutely, completely. Lucky mọ́mìs làwa ń ṣe, a ó sì ríre. Olúwa ó ṣeun. A big round of applause for Baba Ladigbolo, Ayo Ladigbolo.
Absolutely compelling speech there. It is the keynotes for today. Philosopher, historian, documenter, retired Archbishop of the Methodist Church of Nigeria. A speech peppered with anecdotes. Can we give Baba Ayo Ladigbolo another round of applause, please?
Those of us that had the privilege of listening to various sermons delivered by Ladigbolo, Ayo Ladigbolo, would agree with me that that was vintage Baba.
Extremely. Oh my goodness.
Baba will stand on the pulpit and dig deep into our culture, our tradition, to bring out a sermon. It deserves another round of applause.
Yemi, and while he was speaking, I kept writing, and at some point I could not write anymore. Mo wò pé ilé ìpọ̀ àdúpẹ́.
Mo sọ lánàá, mo ní agbára wa ò sínú ìbọn, agbára wa ò sínú ẹ̀tù.
Ọpọlọ ni.
Agbára wa ìbí ni. Ìyẹn lẹ ó máa wò, ìyẹn náà máa wò. And they will not see us coming. Yoruba Nation, please clap for yourselves. Please, please. Thank you so much. We are still moving on.
Yes, and now we'll respectfully ask the leader of the Afenifere Renewal Group and the chair of Afenifere Renewal Group, Honorable Wale Oshu, to make his way to the podium. And as he does that, let's give him a rousing applause.
While we're doing that, let us remind ourselves, this nation Nigeria, this strong nation Nigeria, this unputdownable nation Nigeria deserves another round of applause. We will get there, we will get there.
And Yemi, a quick one as Baba comes. Let me just say that the Afenifere Renewal Group created the template for the creation of the Dawn Commission in 2012. And Baba is also former Chief Whip of the House of Representatives as far back as 1992. Please let's appreciate him one more time. Honorable Wale Oshun.
Thank you very much. Please, with your kind permission, I adopt the originally laid down protocols. So I will not be taking too much of your time. All I just need to say at this stage is that Baba Ladigbolu has taken us to the moon. It will be very difficult now to say anything that he has not touched. But having said that, the host governor, with your kind permission, I will quickly go through what I have here, because I know that ahead of us, there are still a lot of thematic subjects that will still be coming up. So I will not take too much of your time. Just this time last week, the socio-political group and self-determination groups, they are all represented here, collaborating under the umbrella of Yoruba Assembly, converged at Airport Hotel, Lagos, to deliberate on the state of the nation with particular emphasis on the place of the Yoruba nationality within it. The most poignant outcome of that assessment is the acknowledgement of the bold economic reforms undertaken by the government of President Bola Tinubu at the entry port of the new administration on May 29, 2023. The complete removal of the fuel subsidy and the harmonization of the foreign exchange rates from both the formal and informal sectors, even if unforeseen or considered improbable due to its absoluteness, were long considered essential for the survival of our country. The meeting at the Airport Hotel also acknowledged that no policy, especially economic policy, is perfect. The consequences are mostly always twin-edged. Hence, bestowing on policymakers the responsibility of ever being alert to maximize the inherent advantages and minimize the disadvantages. We had then called on all our governors in general, but in particular the Yoruba state governors, to focus on social and infrastructural development by striving to obtain optimum value from the bounteous and unexpected revenue accrual that is now their lot. They are also to manage their cost of governance efficiently so that their citizens, we, the ordinary citizens, can benefit maximally from the policy changes in the economic proposition of the federal government. Having acknowledged the giant stride attained in the economic terrain and pleaded for measures that could facilitate maximum benefit for the preponderance of our citizens, I, here at this summit, plead that the federal government should now shift its focus to facilitating a political policy transformation that would ensure for all its nationalities and citizens equity, justice, and peace. Successive governments in the Fourth Republic have always prioritized the concept of carrying out constitutional reforms believing that they owe no such primary obligation to Nigerians during their tenure. Yet, they have all been mistaken, for there is no single one of them, be it the Obasanjo regime, the Yaradua Jonathan regime, and the Buhari regime, that had not been beset by deep destabilizing and political crisis, much of which stemmed from the inequitable and military-inspired unitary constitution described falsely as federal constitution. The president, Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu, sometimes in August 2024, informed the patriots, led by Chief Emeka Anyaoku, that constitutional reform will be considered after his administration consolidates economic reforms, which at that time called his top priority. I ask us at this summit to call on Mr. President that the time to consider Nigerians' request for a comprehensive constitutional reform is now, since his economic reforms have now stabilized, and whatever fallout derivable from those reforms are in the hands of the sub-national governments, the state governors, the local government chairmen, of course, to translate the bounteous revenue into reality and comfort for our citizens. As soon as possible, which Mr. President promised is, to my mind, here with us, and he should throw his weight behind the patriots' demand of a new federal constitution drawn up by a national constituent assembly, and with all Nigerians ratifying the outcome of such an effort in a national referendum. I contend that Nigerians have not really shown measurable or significant interest in successive parliamentary struggle to amend the unitary 1999 Constitution. I further contend, in agreement with the patriots' position, that a new People's Constitution is a fundamental step to solving Nigerians' problems. They are diverse, they are complex, but if we have the necessary structures in place, the reforms of the state police, the reforms of the fiscal regime, so many other reforms that should come in terms of constitutional demand, the time to act is now. But before I go to take my seat, mo fẹ́ ṣe àyọnúsọ kan. Mo dẹ̀ rò pé àwọn kábíyèsí aláyé wọ́n á dáríjì mí. Àyọnúsọ tí mo fẹ́ ṣe òun ni pé láti àná tá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ ń bí báyìí láti ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa ìsowọ́pọ̀, unity of our people, unity of Yoruba people all across títí dé Jẹ̀bà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ni wọ́n, àti ń sọ̀rọ̀ nípa unity of governance, gbogbo ẹ̀ là ń sọ. Ṣùgbọ́n nǹkan kan dá mi lójú wípé tẹ́yin tẹ́ jẹ́ bàbá wa, olórí wa, tí ẹ bá sowọ́pọ̀ ó máa ṣòro. Àwọn òṣèlú lè máa gbìyànjú, àwọn tó wà ń ta lè máa gbìyànjú, ṣùgbọ́n ẹ̀yin kábíyèsí wa, mi ò tó rán yín iṣẹ́. Ṣùgbọ́n ní 1960 nígbà tá a gbòmìnira, àwọn ọba aládé kan wà nígbà yẹn, torí kìí ṣe gbogbo ọba tó ládé ń sìn ló ládé ńgbà yẹn. tí àwọn ọba wa 1960 tán ti ládé pẹ̀lú ọba Ṣọ̀ún Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ àti ọba Olúbàdàn, tẹ́ bá tiẹ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bára yín sọ̀rọ̀, kẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní fi hàn wá wípé ìsowọ́pọ̀ tí gbogbo wa ń sọ látàná, torí látàná kò sẹ́ni tó débi báyìí tí ó sọ̀rọ̀ ń pẹ̀, tí ẹ bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní bára yín ṣe papọ̀ wípé ọ̀rọ̀ ọba kìí kàn ṣe traditional council states nìkan ni. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àníṣẹ́ alọ́ba níjẹ̀bà, a sì lọ́ba ní Póbẹ̀, alọ́ba ní Sábẹ̀ tí wọ́n jẹ́ ọba aládé láti ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ wa. Ǹjẹ́ ẹ̀ ń bára yín sọ̀rọ̀? Ǹjẹ́ ẹ̀ ń sowọ́pọ̀? Mo fẹ́ tọrọ lọ́wọ́ yín wípé unity tá à ń sọ, ìsowọ́pọ̀ tá à ń sọ, ọ̀dọ̀ yín ló yẹ kó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀. I rest my case.
Okay, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's make it a robust applause for Honorable Wale Oshun, the leader and chairman of Afenifere Renewal Group. Esheun Babawa, words of wisdom there, insight into what we're doing today. Up next, I have the honor of inviting a group that champions socio-political consciousness among Yoruba youths, a pan-Yoruba socio-cultural group known as Think Yoruba First, Ugo Adulawo, and representing them is one of the directors of the organization, Ms. Lola Lawal, who is a special advisor, Human Rights Committee at the National Assembly. Please let's make her welcome as she takes the podium. Please let's clap for her. Think Yoruba First, Ugo Adulawo. These are our youths. All the while we've been listening to our elders. Now we want to listen to the youths. Think Yoruba First.
Eka son gbogbole, eka son babawa. We're really grateful as an organization for this platform, and it is our honor to be able to make a very short presentation. We had a presentation that was about 28 pages, or a proposal, and we've been able to distill it into 2 pages. So the title of our presentation is Ensuring the Safety and Future of Yoruba Land. It was prepared for the Southwest Summit. The authors are Dr. Bukola Adeniji, who is my leader at the Think Yoruba First organization, and myself. This proposal, structured for a summit of Yoruba leaders, integrates the security analysis, political philosophy, historical evidence, and successful international models to form a decisive call to action. The urgent crisis in Yoruba land, and I don't mean to alarm anyone, but there is an urgent crisis in Yoruba land. And we're hoping that when we make this presentation here, it will spur actions and conversations in different parts of Yoruba land to be able to come to the aid of the young people that are facing this daily. So we gather today because Yoruba land faces an existential threat, a steady erosion of our political power, economic strength, land ownership, and cultural identity. The crisis is rooted in the structural anomalies of the Nigerian state. We are proud Nigerians. I think we always say that Yorubas are one of the foundations that is still holding Nigeria as it is today. But we must not sacrifice our rights or our identity to be able to uphold that, to be able to uphold Nigeria as it were. So we have identified some issues, and I'm just going to quickly touch on them. So we've identified the demographic and land crisis. The threat is starkly visible in our demography. Statistical projections show a clear decline in the Yoruba ethnic population in the Southwest. Not just the Southwest. The Nigerian construct make us use Southwest a lot, and I'm so grateful for Baba that just spoke earlier, talking about Jeba, our people in Moro, our Okun people, and our people in Delta State, the Shekiri people, the Use of Edo State. Southwest, while other ethnic groups, the statistical projections show a clear decline in the Yoruba ethnic population in the Southwest, while other ethnic groups, driven by higher growth rates, are on track to surpass the Yoruba population in approximately 40 years. This demographic shift is compounded by the loss of land and escalating conflicts, such as the farmer herders crisis, placing Yoruba land under threat. The political and legislative threats as well. We have contentious bills that has been brought up. There was a recent bill, indigenous bill. I'm proud to stand here that our organization were one of the people that wrote and spoke in a different constitutional review to stand against it. So that particular bill was aiming to dissolve the distinction between indigenous status and grant indigeneity to mere residency status, which will pose a direct legislative threat to our collective identity and the ownership of our ancestral lands. As Chief Obafemi Awolowo observed in his book, Path to Nigerian Freedom, Nigeria is not a nation. It is a mere geographical expression. There are no Nigerians in the same sense as there are English, Welsh, or French. This statement is reflected in the reality that the union was imposed. But there are successful international precedents for ethno-linguistic federalism. The UAE model, for instance. Nílẹ̀ Yorùbá, a máa ń sọ pé ilẹ̀ wa gba olè, ó gbọ̀lẹ̀. And we believe that in that same sense, we must then ensure that we leave no one behind, especially Yoruba people. There's a policy that the Emiratis implemented when they realized that their own population was smaller than the migrant group and the population of people of their, the people that work there. That particular policy, we are hoping that the Southwest Development Commission will also look at that. Then we also have the family restructuring and values restoration. What we are just saying in essence, what we're just saying in essence is that we need to look at the threat that is currently compounding us as a people. In the last election, we realized that a lot of our votes were being eroded in a place that is our land. So it is important that our representatives and our government also work for the people and implement a policy that can safeguard them, even when we allow so many people to come and thrive in our society. We're really grateful. We're an organization. We're fully pro Asiwaju, and we've been working to even mobilize our people to come out and vote in numbers that no one has seen before. This is Yoruba land, and we must prove to people or tell people that we are Nigerians. We have given Nigeria the greatness that it has today, and we will not lose our identity or who we are because of that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lola Lawal, one of the directors of the Think Yoruba First Oguadulawo organization there. Alema Sogugwe, Kamani, Kamaje Kama Mowa no Soro. Only
Sourcing no mic.
Wọ́n ní tí iná bá kú àfẹ́rú bojú nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Gbogbo àwọn àgbàlagbà tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ látàárọ̀ náà, àwọn ọmọ wa náà la máa fa gbogbo ẹ̀ lé lọ́wọ́. So ó ṣe pàtàkì ká jẹ́ kí wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ náà níbí. A dẹ̀ ti gbọ́ wípé they are pro Aṣíwájú Lọlá Lawal there. Lọlá, Special Advisor, Human Rights Commission at the National Assembly.
Ó ní Yorùbá gbolẹ̀ ó gbọ̀lẹ̀, ìyẹn kí Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn tó dé nìyẹn o. Bí yẹn kan dọ̀wọ́ ń sin ọwọ́ bá o. Ọwọ́ bá o.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor to bring up to the podium now His Excellency Deputy Governor of Osun State, Prince Kola Adewusi. Please, can we appreciate him with a round of applause? The Deputy Governor of Osun State, Prince Kola Adewusi. The Deputy Governor of Osun State, Prince Kola Adewusi. Please, let's appreciate him with a round of applause as he makes his way here. He's been with us since yesterday. Adupe, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Prince Kola Adewusi, the Deputy Governor of Osun State. I'm here to represent my principal, His Excellency Senator Ademola Jackson Adeleke, who would have loved to be with us since yesterday, but is occupied with some other important state matters. So he sends his apology for not being here physically. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Ondo State, the chief host of this important dialogue, all other excellencies here present, members of the National Assembly here present, our fathers, our mothers, I recognize you all. Ẹ̀yin bàbá mi, mo kí gbogbo orí adé tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀, yóò mọ̀ ju wá ṣe nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Please permit me to make one or two comments before I go on to read my principal's remarks for this program. I've been here since yesterday, and I watch keenly, and I listen very well to all speeches that have been delivered here. Most importantly, Baba Fashoranti's speech. It touches me to the bone marrow. And I want to suggest that if the copy of that speech can be reproduced, particularly to government functionaries, we should have a copy in our various offices, at least for as a check note for whatever we are doing. At this point, I want to go back to our native language, because some of it I may not want it to be captured by the press so far. Baba, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun ní gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ ti gbé ètò ọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá tẹ́ ti gbèrú láti ìbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀pẹ̀. Baba Archbishop ti sọ tiwọn lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀. Àwọn kábíyèsí bàbá ọlọ́wọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ lánàá, inú mi dùn. Ṣé ẹ rí gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ tá à ń sọ yìí, ó dàbí repetition ni o, tí a bá bójútó, pàápàá jùlọ nípa ọ̀rọ̀ ètò òṣèlú ní ilẹ̀ adúláwọ̀. kì bá ti dáa jù báyìí lọ ṣùgbọ́n ẹ ti fi ààyè gba àwa olóṣèlú ju bó ṣe yẹ lọ ìdí tí ò fi lè sí ìlọsíwájú bẹ́yìn bàbá ṣe fẹ́ nìyẹn. Ẹ wo ọdún tí bàbá Ògúndé ti kọrin ká ní pé DJ ní lọ́wọ́ ń bì máa ní pé kó play ẹ̀ ó ní Yorùbá ronú ǹjà ronú lójú tèmi mi ò rò bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Ọ̀rẹ́ mi kọ́lọ́mbà fọ̀run kẹ Gbénga Adébóyè ó ní ká gba lẹ́sìn lọ́dọ̀ òkú ká gba lẹ́sìn lọ́dọ̀ àgbà ó ṣe àwo yẹn jáde ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ rò pé bóyá torí àwàdà tó ń ṣe àkásí òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ dẹ̀ ni gbogbo ẹ̀. Ká máa péjọ ní oṣooṣù bí eléyìí tí a bá mú nǹkan kan kúrò ń bẹ̀ tí bàbá Fásórántì dẹ̀ sọ nínú ìwé wọn lánàá ó ní ẹ jẹ́ ká yọ ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú kúrò ní inú ìbáṣepọ̀ gbogbo ọmọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Òṣèlú ló ń dàrin wa rú o òṣèlú kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ tí ò bá dẹ̀ dìgbà tí ẹ̀yin bàbá wa tẹ́ bá jókòó tẹ́ tó ní bó ṣe kàn tó kẹ́ ẹ fẹnu ẹ̀ tì síbì kan pé ò bá jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ yanrìn tàbí kó jẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ omi àní ìṣọ̀kan Yorùbá ló ṣe pàtàkì ju gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ pátápátá. Ó dẹ̀ ń ṣẹlẹ̀ à ń wòran kò sí èèyàn kankan tó sọ nǹkan kan pa ẹ̀ kódà ibi tí ẹ̀yin bàbá lọ́balọ́ba tẹ́ ẹ ti máa jókòó nìyẹn ṣe mẹ́pàwọ̀ olóṣèlú tó bá dìgbà lẹ́sàn ní ìsìn báyìí ẹ̀yin là ń bọ̀ wá wọlé bá láàárọ̀ lọ́sàn-án lóru bàbá a ní ìdìrànlọ́wọ́ yín ẹ fún wa ní support àti ẹ̀yin bàbá àgbààgbà náà àwa bá yín bàbá èmi ọmọ yín mò ń jáde fúnpò báyìí ẹ wá tì wá lẹ́yìn ẹ wá ọgbọ́n tẹ́ fi ṣe ń gbà ẹ́ lọ ẹ tún fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí tọ́ wa sọ́nà ǹjẹ́ à ń ṣe nǹkan tẹ́ ẹ fẹ́ ńgbà tá a bá débẹ̀ tán ibi tí kókó ẹ wà nìyẹn. Party politics is just the major problem we are having. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n ṣe àpèjúwe ó dùn mí pé èní ni mo tó ráàyè sọ̀rọ̀ ká ní pé lánàá ni tí gbogbo àwọn ministers wa tán kún bí. Ọmọ Oòduà tọkàntọkàn lèmi o mo dẹ̀ rí pé gbogbo àwa tá ń wà ń bí náà ọmọ Oòduà tọkàntọkàn ni wá. Èmi ò gbọ́ kéèyàn kankan sọ pé ọmọ Oòduà tọkàntọkàn lòun o ọmọ Oòduà tọkàntọkàn lèmi. Bàbá wa tó dẹ̀ wá lórí àpèrè náà lónìí ọmọ Oòduà tọkàntọkàn ni wọ́n. Gómìnà Èkó sọ̀rọ̀ ń bí lánàá gómìnà Oǹdó náà sọ̀rọ̀ ń bí lánàá gbogbo àwọn ministers wa wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ ń bí lánàá orí tèmi wú ṣẹ́rí kò yẹ kó tún dùn jù báyìí lọ lásìkò tá a wà yìí. Tí Southwest what we are benefiting today from the present federal government it has never been so. Àfi èèyàn tó bá fẹ́ tán rẹ̀ jẹ lókù torí bá a wí àkú náà ni ṣùgbọ́n ẹ jẹ́ ká sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ níbi tó bá ti wáyé. Fẹ́mi Adé something ó ṣe presentation kan bí lánàá gbogbo àwọn ministers wa ní Southwest wọ́n gbé fọ́tò wọn sí orí àwòrán bí tí mo jókòó sí inú mi dẹ̀ ń dádùn pé ńjọ́ wo la rí báyìí rí ṣùgbọ́n wà ń bẹ̀ o ẹ jẹ́ ká múra álẹ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ bá súnmọ́ bàbá wa ẹ jẹ́ ká para gírí ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí wò pé ṣé yóò mọ rí báyìí lọ tí ò bá ní rí bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́la ǹjẹ́ à ń prepare alẹ̀ fún ìyẹn ló fẹ́ mú mi lọ sí ọ̀rọ̀ pé a padà sí bá a ṣe wà látijọ́. Mo ń sọ lédè abínibí wa torí pé kí wọ́n mọ̀ sọ pé àbí Yorùbá tún ti ń gbèrò nǹkan míì ni tí a bá padà sí bá a ṣe wà tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ ńgbà táwọn yòókù tán ń jowú wa. Southwest ló ń sanwó jù fún gbogbo òṣìṣẹ́ láyé ìgbà táwọn bàbá wa ń sọ WNBC Cocoa House gbogbo ẹ̀ Southwest wọ́n dẹ̀ ń jowú wa ni. Àárí àwọn ẹ̀yà míì tán wá sí Ìbàdàn ńgbà tán wá ń gbaṣẹ́ títorí pé ọrọ̀ ajé wa ó bú jáde. Àwọn bàbá tó wà nígbàánu ìjánu ètò ńgbà náà orí wọn pé dáadáa wọ́n dẹ̀ tó bó ṣe yẹ. Restructuring is very, very germane in this issue that we are talking about. Ẹ̀yin aṣòfin wa tẹ́ wà ń kalẹ̀ ẹ jọ̀ọ́ iṣẹ́ dọwọ́ yín o. Ṣé mọ̀ pé bàbá kọ́ ló máa dá ṣe? Ẹ pè gbogbo àwọn èèyàn yín mọ́ra lókè lọ́hùn pé ibi tí ó yẹ ká máa fojú sùn nìyẹn o. Mo wá fẹ́ bá àwọn gómìnà ní Southwest sọ̀rọ̀. Ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ẹ̀yin ìyá wa lẹ́bọ̀lẹ́ ní tí òjò bá ń pa kan ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ dákẹ́ ẹ̀ ń wò ẹ bá wa dá sí ní Nigerian Labour Congress wọ́n ní an injury to one is an injury to all. Ẹ̀yin bàbá lọ́balọ́ba náà mo fẹ́ pe àkíyèsí sí ìyà tó ń jẹ àwa ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun ni o. Torí pé tá bá ń sọ pé ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ìṣọ̀kan kò sẹ́ni tí ò fẹ́ kí ìṣọ̀kan wà. Èmi wá fi àkókò yìí bẹ̀bẹ̀ ni o, mo wá fi pàrọwà sí gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ Yorùbá pé ẹ má dákẹ́ ẹ má wò wá níran. Oṣù kẹsàn-án tá a ti gba tí wọ́n ti gbẹ́sẹ̀ lé owó ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun lélẹ́yìí. Tí a bá fi ọwọ́ òṣèlú bọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká tiẹ̀ rò pé ọmọ Yorùbá làwọn tó wà nípínlẹ̀ Ọ̀ṣun náà wọ́n á jẹun wọ́n á mú owó àwọn lọ́balọ́ba wà ń bẹ. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ ẹ bá wa pàrọwà síbi gbogbo tẹ́ bá lè pàrọwà sí. Ọmọ Yorùbá ni ó jẹ́ Minister for Finance ó ní Anthony General. Ẹdúná kí ló wá dé tí ò bá ṣe pé ọ̀rọ̀ tí bàbá Ògúndé sọ pé àmúṣẹ ẹ jẹ́ ká ronú pé tá a bá gbégbèsè yìí àwọn wo ló máa jìyà ẹ̀ ṣé bára wa náà ni. Please, this is a food for thought for every one of us here. Tí ọmọdé bá ti ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ń gbà míì ẹ pè sí kọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́ bá wí rather than pé káwa so okùn mọ́ra wa lọ́rùn tàbí ká so okùn mọ́ ǹdí. I'm just saying this as an appeal to all our fathers and mothers that are here to please look into this seriously, and we should not allow party politics to destroy the Yoruba nation that we are talking about. It is a special appeal, and that is my personal feelings from what I've heard so far since yesterday from this dialogue. May God help all of us. Now, please permit me to read what my principal has directed me to read to this meeting. It is my pleasure and privilege to address this summit on the critical question of democracy, protection, and sustenance from the perspective of a subnational actor and operator. Osun State has a lot to share within the framework of true federalism, positive interaction between national and subnational entities, as well as corrective lessons the Federation should embrace to reset and perfect democratic practices. This is especially in all important dynamics of collaboration and engagements between the center and the federating units. Let me start by commending the organizers of this conference for their foresight and thoughtfulness. In reality, Osun State should have been the host as it presents an ongoing case study in national and subnational interactions. The Osun scenario manifests a subsisting infraction and trampling on the express rights of the subnational entity by the national authority. There is an ongoing willful breach of the Constitution to deprive a subnational entity its due right simply because it does not belong to the same party with the ruling party at the center. If we are to study and review the state of engagement between the center and the states, Osun therefore provides extensive data on how to treat a subnational entity in a truly democratic environment. With that preamble, permit me to note that Osun, right from the inception of my administration in 2022, designed a robust engagement agenda with the center. I issued a standing instruction to all ministries and agencies to treat all correspondence from the federal government or its agencies under 24 hours. I further directed robust attendance of Osun State officials at all federal events. All requests for data from federal levels are responded to within 48 hours, even as Osun is deliberately involved in all peer review any federal agency organizes. We set out as a government to deepen federal-state partnership across the real sector of the economy, as well as in the soft areas, including fiscal governance. From 2022 to date, Osun holds the record of constant participation and mention in critical federal reports. Interestingly, our state won quite a number of medals in national sectorial review organized by the federal government. I'm happy to announce that our state is ever ready to host federal sectoral events. From 2022, we have hosted more than 12 of such events, all in our bid to demonstrate willingness for partnership with the federal government. In the area of real sector collaboration, our government took up reconstruction of federal roads. Up to date, we are still struggling to get a refund. We sought to facilitate the takeoff of many federally abandoned projects. We met brick walls. Our only brand to enhance collaboration is clouded by political partnership actively promoted by operatives of the ruling political party at the center. We discovered over time that partisan consideration has become the yardstick for federal interactions with Osun State, a development that threatens to fracture intergovernmental relations. Distinguished scholars and guests may want to note that Osun stands in a unique position among the southwestern states on the subject of this conference. Osun is the ancestral home of the head of the federal government. We have party differences with the party controlling the center. Even with the best of positive reach out, it is sad to know that some operatives of the ruling federal party have adopted an adversarial approach to Osun State. Federal projects and initiatives are now being routed to party structures instead of Osun State government machinery, especially. Nominations and access to federal opportunities are channeled through party organization with official state structures deliberately excluded. The dynamics of interaction between national and subnational entities is not only undermined but threatened. A troubling dimension was introduced earlier this year when the rule of law was replaced with the rule of the thumb. The issue here relates to handling of the state security and local government matters. It is right in every democratic order that rule of law within the ambit of the Constitution is the regulatory framework for wielding of state powers. In the case of Osun, federal power is being applied outside the regulation of the Constitution, as the public have known since the beginning of this year. Politicization of federal power application poses serious stress to peaceful and productive intergovernmental relations. It will interest the audience to know that in Osun State, some security agencies openly protect and defend ruling party operatives, even when they act in ways and manners against the law and the Constitution. In Osun today, federal party officials boast of powers to deploy security apparatus to witch hunt state officials. On many occasions, officials of the federal ruling party have openly declared their readiness to hijack the state, whether the people voted for them or not. Worse still, they have security cover when making such provocative declarations. As if that is not enough, the Osun local government fund was seized without any court order from earlier this year. Duly elected local government officials were not allowed to assume office, and those sacked by a substituting court order were forced on the local government secretariat by federal power and security apparatus. All the facts are in the public domain. Sirs and Mars, with political interference in governance, there can never be unity that we are preaching here today. And that is why I'm appealing that we should not allow political divide or political affiliation to affect the unity of the Southwest. So far, certain states have been treated with preference. It will affect others. There's no way any state that doesn't belong to the center will be happy if we don't really see ourselves as Yoruba, as one. So on this note, it is a special appeal that I want to make, that we allow that word, Isokan Omoluabi, to lift us up at all times. It's happening every day in our society. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ̀yin bàbá bàbá, ẹ̀yin orí adé, mo fẹ́ bẹ̀bẹ̀. Ọ̀rọ̀ òṣèlú ẹ jẹ́ ká yọ kúrò nínú ìṣèjọba. Ọlọ́run á ràn wá lọ́wọ́ o, ẹ ṣé gan ni.
Can we have a big round of applause for the Deputy Governor from Osun State, Prince Kola Adeose, representing the Governor of the state, Senator Adeleke. Thank you so much. It can be louder, it can be louder.
Ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn.
Wọ́n ní ohun tó bá ń dunni ní pọ̀ lọ́rọ̀ ẹni. Òun ló mú bàbá yìí sọ ọ̀rọ̀ tí wọ́n sọ pàápàá síwájú. Ìdí tá a ṣe péra wa jọ ń bì í láti bára wa sòótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀. Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey wọ́n ti kọ́ lórin. Bàbá fọwọ́ ọ̀tún bọ́mọ wí, àtún fọwọ́ òsì fàmọ́ra. Ẹ jẹ́ a ṣe ohun tó tọ́ kó yẹ. Ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà ilẹ̀ yìí, ẹ dá sọ̀rọ̀ yìí o, ẹ má dágunlá. Ara wa náà ni, níbí náà ni. Inú mi dẹ̀ dùn pé mínísítà náà wà ń kalẹ̀. Ẹ yé o, ẹ jẹ́ a ṣe bó ṣe yẹ ká ṣe. Kí ohun tó ṣẹlẹ̀ ní 1817 tí ó fi affect nǹkan kan ká má tún repeat ẹ̀. Àdúpẹ́. I want to acknowledge the presence of the Hausa community. They are here with us. Let's clap for them, please. Let's clap for them. Arewa and Hausa community. It will interest you to know that the governor has a special essay on, yes. Okay, yes, he has an essay that takes care of that aspect of governance, and he deserves another round of applause, please. 3 of them, 3 essays taking charge of the different tribes and all that. Let's clap, let's clap.
Nítorí pé Yorùbá kó yàn mọ́ra.
Adúpẹ́, bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, ẹ ṣeun, Mr. Governor. Thank you so much. Now, we are moving to the Ministry of Solid Minerals. The man that has been appointed to take charge of this ministry, I was to add that he was formerly and is still in charge of national conscience. They've now added solid mineral to his portfolio. Former commissioner in Lagos State.
For information and strategy.
Yes. And presently is a minister for solid minerals. But is one man that packs so much into what he's doing, it goes beyond solid minerals. But however, join me as I welcome, proudly I will say, my Egbon, Honorable Dele Alake.
Please, let's give him a warm welcome. Journalist, activist, technocrat, the current Nigerian Minister of Solid Minerals, former Commissioner for Information and Strategy in Lagos State, serving from 1999 to 2007. Arguably, one of the best strategists in Nigeria. Àwọn òṣèlú tí wọ́n bá ti dáwọ́lé, tí wọ́n bá ti dá sí, ó máa ṣe é ṣe ni. Ẹ bá wa fún wọn látẹ́wọ́ bí wọ́n ṣe fẹ́ sọ fún wa kí ni pàtó nǹkan tí ministry titi wọn tó ti ṣe ní bí ọdún méjì sẹ́yìn sí, àti wípé kí ni ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó máa jàǹfààní ní ministry táwọn ń ṣe. Ẹ tún bá wa fún wọn látẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
Gómìnà wa tó jẹ́ alákòójọ àti onígbọ̀wọ́ wa ní ìpàdé yìí lónìí, tó sì jẹ́ adarí ètò Ondo State, His Excellency Governor Ayédatiwa. Ẹ ṣe rí orúkọ yẹn, gómìnà tó kọjá ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo, mo rí àwòrán kan tí gómìnà yẹn fi ń sọ wípé tí ó ń ṣe àpèjúwe gómìnà Ondo lénìí, ó dẹ̀ sọ bí àṣẹ, ó pe gbogbo orúkọ ẹ̀ títí kan Ayédatiwa, ó wá ní ayé ti dá tiẹ̀. Ayé ti dá tiẹ̀, ṣùgbọ́n orúkọ yẹn ń ro gbogbo wa ní ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, ní ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ ojíire. Ayé ti dá tiwa. Ẹ ṣé. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Ẹ ṣé, ẹ ṣé, ẹ ṣé. Ẹ ṣé púpọ̀. Ìdí tí mo fi sọ pé ayé ti dá tiwa ní ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ ojíire kì í ṣe ìdí ẹyọ kan, ṣùgbọ́n kí n tó máa bá ọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ, mo fẹ́ kí gbogbo orí adé tó wà ní ìkàlẹ̀, mo júbà fún gbogbo ẹ̀yin lọ́balọ́ba, mo júbà gbogbo ìjòyè, mo júbà gbogbo ẹ̀yin àgbà, ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, mo júbà ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, mo sì júbà gbogbo àwọn tó ti ṣe gómìnà wa kọjá tí wọ́n wà níjókòó, mo júbà gbogbo àwọn amòfin, mo sì tún júbà gbogbo ẹbí àti gbogbo ará. Pátápátá mo wá júbà gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wà níkàlẹ̀ lónìí àtàwọn tó ń wò wá níbikíbi lórílẹ̀ àgbáyé. Mo dúpẹ́ gidigidi lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín àti àwọn tó kó ètò yìí jọ láti pè wá pé ká wá bá yín jíròrò, ká sì wá fi tó yín létí àwọn ìgbésẹ̀ tí ìjọba àpapọ̀ tí wọ́n ti ń gbé, pàápàá jùlọ èyí tó fi ṣe ìpínlẹ̀ Yorùbá àbí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó fi ṣe wá ní oore. Ara tí mo fi ní ayé ti dà ti Yorùbá òun ni pé láti ọdún 1959 tí olórí wa bàbá wa tó ti ré kọjá lọ, Chief Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀, tó ti ń gbìyànjú láti dé orí àlééfà, orí àga ìjọba àpapọ̀ ìlú Nàìjíríà. Kì í ṣe pé láti débẹ̀ láti lọ ṣeré, ṣùgbọ́n láti débẹ̀ láti ṣe àǹfààní fún gbogbo àwa tá a wà ní ìlú Nàìjíríà. Láti 1959 gbogbo akitiyan wọn, a sì mọ̀ pé ṣàṣà aláwọ̀ dúdú ní orílẹ̀ Áfíríkà ló ní agbárí àti ọpọlọ tó Chief Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀. Èmi kọ́ mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, àwọn òyìnbó gangan tún sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, wọ́n sì tún jẹ́rìí sí i. A former British Prime Minister, ó kọ sínú ìwé ẹ̀, ó ní nínú gbogbo ilẹ̀ aláwọ̀ dúdú ní Áfíríkà, ó ní èèyàn kan péré tí àwọn rí tó ní ọpọlọ láti lè jẹ Prime Minister Britain, òun ni Chief Ọbáfẹ́mi Awólọ́wọ̀. Ó kọ́lẹ̀ sínú ìwé ni, ṣùgbọ́n torí ìyẹn gan-an náà fi jẹ́ kó débẹ̀. Lẹ́yìn òun, àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá tó tún ṣe akitiyan tó ń gbégbésẹ̀ láti débẹ̀, láti dórí àlééfà ìjọba àpapọ̀ Nàìjíríà kò ṣeé ṣe. Ọ̀gá tèmi lẹ́yìn, Chief MKO Abiola of blessed memory, ọ̀gá mi ló jẹ́ fún ọdún 13 tí mo bá ṣiṣẹ́ títí ta fi ṣe gbogbo election June 12, ta fi ṣe gbogbo struggle. Gbogbo èèyàn ló mọ̀ pé ó ṣe akitiyan, ó sì ní kóòlẹ̀ láti ṣiṣẹ́ fún ìlú ìbọn. Ó ṣe election, ó dìbò, ó wíìnì, wọn ò jẹ́ kó débẹ̀. Ọmọ yín ìyẹn Bọ́lá Ahmed Tinubu, ìyẹn náà tún wá gbé ìgbésẹ̀, òun tún bẹ̀rẹ̀ akitiyan. Ó kó gbogbo irin sínú iná, ẹ sì gbárùkù ti òun náà. àsìkò ẹ̀ ó wá bọ́ sí Yorùbá wá dé orí àlééfà àga ìjọba àpapọ̀ Nàìjíríà. Ayé ò dá ti Yorùbá bí? Ìdí táyé ti fi dá ti Yorùbá nìyẹn. Ẹ ṣé gan gbogbo ẹ̀yin tí ẹ kó ètò yìí jọ. Kí n tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí sọ̀rọ̀ bíi aṣojú yín ní Ministry Solid Minerals, ohun àlùmọ́ọ́nì tí ó wà ní ilẹ̀, ìyẹn ni ètò tí èmi ń darí nínú ìjọba àpapọ̀ Bọ́lá Tinubu. Ṣùgbọ́n kí n tó sọ̀rọ̀ bíi mínísítà, mo fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀ bí ọmọ yín Délé Aláké, simply as Délé Aláké. Màá wá sọ ti mínísítà later. Mo tọrọ gáfárà kí ẹ fún mi ní bí ìṣẹ́jú méjì kí n fi sọ̀rọ̀ bí ọmọ yín Délé Aláké. Tí a bá ń sọ̀rọ̀ Yorùbá, ipò wo ni Yorùbá kó nínú gbogbo equation Nàìjíríà? Àwọn aṣojú wa, àwọn bàbá wa, Archbishop Ládìgbòlú, wọ́n ti sọ gbogbo ohun tó tọ́ àti tí ó yẹ. Gbogbo ohun tí ipò tó yẹ kí Yorùbá wà àti àwọn ìdíwọ́ tí kò jẹ́ ká débẹ̀. Gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ṣàlàyé fún wa. Àwọn àbúrò wa, ọmọ wa kékeré tó wá síbí, òun náà tún mẹ́nu bà díẹ̀. Ó ní àwọn threats wà tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ tó ń dí Yorùbá lọ́wọ́. Ṣùgbọ́n tèmi wá rí ń bẹ̀ ni pé àwọn threats tó ń dí wa lọ́wọ́, wọ́n ní àwọn àgbààgbà wa ló sọ, wọ́n ní kòkòrò tó ń jẹ̀fọ́ ara ẹ̀fọ́ ló wà. Àwọn external threats, àwọn threats tó ń bọ̀ láti òkèèrè, bóyá farmer herders clashes, àwọn kidnapper, terrorists, banditry, nǹkan kan, àwọn tó ń wá láti ìlú òkèèrè sí wa, díẹ̀ ní tiwọn. Àwọn ìdíwọ́ tó wà láàrin ara wa, Honorable Wálé Ọ̀ṣun fẹnu kò, Bàbá Ládìgbòlú fẹnu kàn. Òun náà ni pé àṣepọ̀, àgbájọpọ̀ ọwọ́. Deputy Governor Ọ̀ṣun náà wọ́n sọ ń pa ẹ̀. Àgbájọpọ̀ ọwọ́ òun ni wọ́n ní a fi ń sọ àyà. Ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá lè parapọ̀ ká sọra wa di oṣù ọwọ̀, ká sọra wa di ẹyọ kan, ká ní ìmọ̀ kan, àti lọ síwájú ilẹ̀ Yorùbá á lè díẹ̀. Deputy Governor Ọ̀ṣun ó sọ̀rọ̀ kan, ó ní party politics ó ń dà wá láàrin rú, kò sí rọ́ńbẹ́. Mo rántí ọdún 2003 ní Àkúrẹ́ ń bí báyìí. Bàbá wa Chief Olúfáláyè, wọ́n ń ṣe nǹkan bóyá ìgbéyàwó fún ọmọ. Àwa wà níjọba l'Ékòó, Aṣíwájú ń ṣe gómìnà l'Ékòó, mo dẹ̀ wà nínú ìjọba yẹn as Commissioner for Information and Strategy. Aṣíwájú wa ní kí n wá represent òun níbi àṣeyẹ Chief Olúfáláyè lọ́dún náà 2003 inú stadium Àkúrẹ́ ń bí la ti ṣe. Mo wá ń jíṣẹ́ Aṣíwájú fún Bàbá Fáláyè pé wọ́n ní kí n yé o, wọ́n ní ṣe báyìí ṣe báyìí ṣe báyìí ṣe báyìí. Bàbá Fáláyè wá sọ fún mi pé ó ní sọ fún Bọ́lá wípé ìkankan náà ni wá, wípé lẹ́ni a lè wà nínú ẹgbẹ́ kan àbí ẹgbẹ́ míì, pé ṣùgbọ́n tá bá ti ń sọ káàárọ̀ ojíire ìkankan náà ni wá. Ó wá sọ nǹkan kan tí mi ò lè gbàgbé láéláé. Ó ní tí wọ́n ń pè ní òṣèlú, ó ní pátì. party lòyìnbó ń pè é. Ó ní tá bá máa pè ní Yorùbá à ní party party. Ó ní party yẹn gangan pé tá bá wo ọ̀rọ̀ yẹn ní Yorùbá party, ó ní ìtumọ̀ ẹ̀ ní pé ká party ká wá ṣe ti ara wa. N tí mo fẹ́ sọ as ọmọ yín Délé Aláké lénìí ni pé ẹ jẹ́ ká party ká ṣe ti ara wa bí káàárọ̀ ojíire, kí ẹ̀yà wa lè máa ní ìlọsíwájú tá ti ń ní tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Kò sí nǹkan tí Ọlọ́run ò fi jíǹkí wa nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. In fact, tẹ́ bá sọ̀rọ̀ economy, àwa ni. Political liberalism, àwa ni. Àkóyànmọ́ra, àwa ni. Tá bá wá fi àwọn yìí sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ ká wá wo àwọn indices of progress. A ní population, a ní coast, a sì tún ní vegetation. Àwa nìkan la jẹ́ ẹ̀yà tá a wà ní ìlú Nàìjíríà tí a ní coast, tá a sì tún ní border pẹ̀lú àwọn ìlú ibòmíì, orílẹ̀-èdè míì. Tí ẹ bá wo àwọn ìpínlẹ̀ tó ní border pẹ̀lú orílẹ̀-èdè míì, another country, wọn ò ní coast. Àwa la ní coast, etí omi, tá a sì tún ní border pẹ̀lú orílẹ̀-èdè míì. A ní agbárí, a ní ohun àlùmọ́ọ́nì nínú ilẹ̀, a ní ewébẹ̀, a ní ohun ọ̀gbìn. Kí ló tún kù? Ìwà ara wa ló kù. Tí a bá ti lè wo ìwà ara wa pé ká pátì ká ṣe ti ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, kò sí ẹni tó lè dá Yorùbá dúró ní ìlú Nàìjíríà àbí ní gbogbo àgbáyé. Tá bá wá wo ẹ̀sìn, religion, Yorùbá nìkan ni wọ́n sọ pé in the entire world, ní gbogbo àgbáyé, Yorùbá ló ní population tó pọ̀ jù, tó jẹ́ pé òun dẹ̀ ló ní àlàáfíà láàrin àwọn ẹ̀sìn wọ̀nyẹn. Mùsùlùmí wà, Kìrìsìtẹ́nì wà, ìṣẹ̀ṣe wà, ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ wà. Kò sí population míì ní àgbáyé tó tó 40 million tí gbogbo ẹ̀sìn wà ńbẹ̀ tí ò sí wàhálà láàrin àwọn ẹ̀sìn àfi Yorùbá land. Mo ti wo gbogbo factors wọ̀nyí gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọ yín. Mo ti study history Yorùbá land, mo study geography Yorùbá. Mo dẹ̀ wá rí i pé kò sí nǹkan tó mú wa dúró ju àwa ara wa lọ. Tẹ́ bá wo ẹ̀yin àgbà, ẹ rántí àwọn Yorùbá wars, ogun tá a jà láàrin ara wa in the 19th century. A jà tán. Ìgbà tí ogun wá ń bọ̀ láti ìlú òkèèrè, a pa ara wa pọ̀, a lé wọn padà. Ogun abẹ́lé ló wà nísìn. Ẹ jẹ́ ká parapọ̀ ká lé ogun abẹ́lé lọ. Lákọ̀ọ́kọ́, the Dawn Commission. Mo fẹ́ gba ìyànjú wípé Dawn Commission yìí kì í ṣe pé ká jókòó ká máa sọ̀rọ̀ lásán ni wọ́n fi dálẹ̀. Reason tí wọ́n fi dálẹ̀ lọ́jọ́ náà lọ́hùn, torí kó tó di pé wọ́n gbé jáde, mo wà nínú àwọn tó jókòó tó jíròrò conceptualization of the Dawn Commission. Mo wà ń bẹ̀. Ìdí tá a dẹ̀ fi ń sọ pé ó dáa ká nírú nǹkan báyìí ni pé tẹ́ bá wo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá láti Èkó títí dé Èkìtì, dé Kwara, dé Kogi. Kí ni reason ká tiẹ̀ ní pé àwa kọ́ la ni gómìnà tó wà ní Kwara àti Kogi tí gbogbo ilẹ̀ káàárọ̀ òjìrè ńkọ́ by now in táwa envisage tá rò pé ó yẹ kó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ through the Dawn Commission platform ní pé kó mú gbogbo gómìnà ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ gbogbo Yorùbá mú wọn lọ́rùn. À ń dúró de federal government kó ṣe Lagos Ìbàdàn highway, kó ṣe Àkúrẹ́ Iléṣà highway, kó ṣe kinní kan lé. Ìyẹn kọ́ ni Yorùbá máa ń dára wa gbé ni. Ó yẹ ká ti dára gbé jù yẹn lọ, kì í ṣe Yorùbá ló ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ máa dúró a máa wá lọ tọrọ kinní kan lọ́wọ́ federal government. No. Kò sí nǹkan tí ó ṣe àwọn ìjọba wa láti Èkó dé Èkìtì tí wọn ò lè pawọ́ pọ̀. Títì ti federal ọ̀tọ̀, káwọn wá create highway tiwọn pẹ̀lú léènì 10. Kí each state máa gbé ní ìkó tó bá kọjá ọ̀dọ̀ ẹ̀ kó responsible fún. Kí Èkó gbé dé ibi tí bọ́dà ẹ̀ dé, kí Ọ̀yọ́ gbé láti ibẹ̀ dé ibi tí bọ́dà ẹ̀ dé, kí Oǹdó gbé, kí Ọ̀ṣun gbé, kí Èkìtì gbé. Ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ̀ tó lẹ̀ ẹ̀ ní ìdàtí ná owó ìjọba. Go to the capital market. Ọmọ yín ló wà ní di finance ní federal. A guarantee ẹ̀. Ọmọ yín ni olórí gbogbo àpapọ̀ Nàìjíríà. A guarantee ẹ̀. Ẹ create títì yẹn highway ẹ need the federal government. You don't. The same thing pẹ̀lú railway. Tẹ́ ẹ bá bọ́ sí China, Russia, anywhere, àwọn tó ń ṣe PPP wọ́n á ná owó wọn, wọ́n á ṣe, wọ́n á dẹ̀ máa collect owó láti recoup owó tán bá ná sí. The same thing pẹ̀lú highway ẹ̀ tó lu ẹ̀. Ẹni tó máa gbówó wá tá a ṣe a máa recover owó ẹ̀ ni. Ẹ lè fún ní 30 years 50 years kò matter, infrastructure yẹn ti wà ńlẹ̀. Á dẹ̀ máa increase multiplier effect sí economy Yorùbá land. Kò sí ìdí tí mi ò fi lè máa ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ kí n máa gbé Ìkorò Èkìtì kí n dẹ̀ mú train fast train 1 hour ó ti gbé mi dẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Dítò gbogbo ohun ọ̀gbìn ní Oǹdó, kòkó, iṣu, Ọ̀ṣun, Ọ̀yọ́, population wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, railway á kó lọ sékòó láìsí wàhálà. Wọ́n á tà, ìlú á tòrò, Yorùbá á lọ sókè, àwọn ẹ̀yà tó kù á tún wá máa kọ́pì wa ní bó ti ṣe máa ń kọ́pì wa tẹ́lẹ̀. In tí a fẹ́ kí Dawn Commission ṣe nìyẹn, tá a envisage fún nìyẹn. To hold our government, chart a plan, solid plan, kó gbé fún wọn àwọn ìjọba wa, kó dẹ̀ sọ ibi tẹ́ ti máa rówó rèé, àwọn financial institution tó máa fún yín lówó rèé, ẹni tó máa guarantee wà ń bẹ̀, gbogbo ẹ̀ wà ń bẹ̀. Ó ti tán, kò sí ẹ̀yà tó máa bá Yorùbá ní ìlú Nàìjíríà yìí, wọ́n á máa tẹ̀lé wa ni. Mo fẹ́ gbà wá níyànjú. Dawn Commission is not a talk shop. Come up with the concrete plans àti strategy tí wọ́n fi máa ṣe gbé fún àwọn ìjọba wa. Dẹ̀ rí pé a máa yege ni. Ìkejì tí mo fẹ́ sọ òun ni culture wa. Yorùbá wọ́n ní àwa la jẹ́ ọmọlúàbí. Ní àtijọ́ nìyẹn, ẹ má jẹ́ ká tanra wa. The values of ọmọlúàbí ní Yorùbá land ó ti wálẹ̀. In fact, èyí tó bà èmi lẹ́rù jù as ọmọ Yorùbá òun ni àṣà yìí pé àwọn ọmọ wa, àwọn ọmọ wa kí wọn ò gbédè Yorùbá mọ́, inú wa dẹ̀ ń dùn. Kí ni inú wa ṣe máa dùn sírú nǹkan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn? Àwa nínú gbogbo àwọn ẹ̀yà tó wà ní Nàìjíríà àtàwọn Ìgbò àtàwọn Haúsá, Fúlàní, àwa la burú jù pé a ò gbọ́ èdè wa mọ́. Àwọn ọmọ wa ò lè sọ èdè Yorùbá mọ́. òyìnbó là ń sọ sáwọn ọmọ inú ilé, òyìnbó náà máa sọ fún wọn ní ilé ìwé. Ibo náà ti fẹ́ gbọ́ èdè wa. Èdè, language is the most potent factor of culture. Tá a bá ti lose the language, a ti lose culture wa. Mo give lecture kan ní University of Lagos couple of years ago. Mo wá ń sọ fún wọn bẹ́ẹ̀. Mo ní èmi gẹ́gẹ́ bí èèyàn kan, gbogbo àwọn ọmọ mi ìlú òyìnbó náà ti lọ sí iléèwé, ṣùgbọ́n kò sí ẹni tí ò lè pa òwe nínú wọn. Nítorí fún kíni? Gbogbo ìgbà tí wọ́n ń lọ sí number one, gbogbo ọmọ mi láti ṣe primary school, secondary school ní Nàìjíríà kan tó lọ anywhere lágbàáyé, so that wọ́n ti gbọ́ èdè wa, wọ́n ti wà culturated, wọ́n ti mọ àṣà àti ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ ìṣẹ̀ṣe Yorùbá kan tó lọ anywhere. Ìgbà tí gbogbo wọn dẹ̀ ń padà bọ̀ nílé, easily ni wọ́n fit in sáàrin wa, wọn ò jẹ́ àjòjì. Torí throughout tó fi ń lọ léèwé, nílé tèmi o, Yorùbá làwa ń sọ nínú ilé. Tẹ bá dé iléèwé, ẹ lè máa sọ òyìnbó, bọ̀ nínú ilé tèmi Yorùbá ni. Tó bá dẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ká sọ òyìnbó ni, a ò rẹ̀yìn ń bẹ̀. Ṣùgbọ́n ìṣẹ̀dálẹ̀ wa a ò gbọ́dọ̀ sọnù. Mo fẹ́ gbà wá níyànjú, àtẹ̀yìn àgbààgbà wa. In fact, ìjọ́ kan mo lọ sí ọjà. Ìtí mò ń sọ yìí ò tí ju ọdún kan sẹ́yìn. Mo lọ sọ́jà, mo dẹ̀ wọ aṣọ tó yẹ pé wọn ò lè fi mọ̀ pé mínísítà ni. Mo wá lọ nájà torí a máa ń ṣe láti mọ kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ńlùú, kì í ṣe nǹkan táwọn staff wa ń sọ fún wa. No, à á lọ fúnra wa láti mọ kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀, ká lè mọ kí la lè ṣe kí ìlú lè tòrò, kí ìdẹ̀rùn lè bá ìlú. Mo wá lọ sọ́jà, mo dé fìlà, mo lo ìgò dúdú, mo wá nájà. Mo fẹ́ ra ẹ̀fọ́ wọ̀rọ̀wọ́ àbí rọ̀rọ̀wọ́. Ìyá tó ń ta ẹ̀fọ́ fún mi, ọmọ ẹ̀ kékeré ó dé láti iléèwé lọ́sàn-án bíi aago 2. Òyìnbó ni ìyá yẹn ń sọ sọ́mọ yẹn nínú ọjà, ìyá lọ́jà. Mo wá sọ fún ìyá yẹn pé mi ò ní bá ẹ ra ẹ̀fọ́ yìí mọ́ tó o bá sọ Yorùbá sí ọmọ yìí ní inú ọjà. Kíá ó yí sí Yorùbá, ọmọ yẹn náà dẹ̀ ń dá lóhùn. Mo wá ra gbogbo ẹ̀fọ́ tó lé sórí ọjà. Mo ní because nígbà tẹ́yìn ìyá ọlọ́jà tẹ bá ń sòyìnbó sí ọmọ, kí ni kí tíjà kó ṣe sí ọmọ ẹ̀. So ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, ẹ mú ṣe kókó. Tẹ bá délé, ẹ spread kìíní yìí, ẹ má jẹ́ kí àṣà wa kó sọnù. Èdè wa òun dẹ̀ ni kókó àṣà wa. Tá a bá ti sọ èdè yẹn nù, a ti sọ àṣà wa nù, a ti sọ identity wa nù. Olúwa fún wa ṣe o. Mo fẹ́ wá sọ̀rọ̀ bíi mínísítà. Mo tọrọ gáfárà láti sọ òyìnbó because àbúrò mi ó sọ pé àwọn tó ń wò wá ní gbogbo àgbáyé kì í ṣe gbogbo èèyàn ló gbọ́ Yorùbá, so màá sọ̀rọ̀ mínísítà lóyìnbó. Today is historic in the annals of our crusade for a Nigeria that works for the people by enabling us to realize the objectives set out in the last stanza of our national anthem, which is to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. That's the last stanza. Today is very historic because it speaks to that last stanza of our national anthem. And the renewed hope agenda of your son, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is the contract with the Nigerian people. It seeks to revive the hope that Nigerians voted for on June 12, 1993. And that hope was encapsulated in the manifesto of President Moshood Kashimawo Abiola of blessed memory. Mark my words, I said President Moshood Kashimawo Abiola. It is deliberate. That manifesto of his was crafted as a welfareist manifesto. And that manifesto, I had the rare privilege of being part of the people that crafted that manifesto in March of 1993, before the June 12 election. And that manifesto was titled Farewell to Poverty. The renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a potent declaration that those who have conspired to murder the hope of the oppressed, that MKO symbolized, only killed the body. They could not kill the mission and the vision of the man who gave hope to the hopeless and brought smiles to homes and communities all over the world. This renewed hope agenda is also a stoic acknowledgement that the struggle for the development of the Nigerian state as a country whose immense resources have positioned to be the giant of Africa, that struggle must continue. Thus, all of us in the Federal Executive Council are privileged to be led by a man of vision, a workaholic who thinks on his feet, the financial genius who constantly innovates the economy, the political titan whose grasp of the logistics and permutations of power has no equal. At the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, we follow that path of the president by developing the 7-point agenda to position the solid mineral sector for domestic consolidation and international competitiveness. These entailed reforms designed to clean the sector's Augean stable of inefficiencies and dysfunctional values and, of course, processes. We brought to bear the ethos of Omoluabi, the values of probity and integrity, compliance with the law, and consequences for violation, inclusion and fairness to the art and craft of governing the mining sector in the last 2 years. Today, we can beat our chest confidently and declare that our reforms are working. Yes, it is true there is still much to be done, but the trajectory is progressive and even, in several cases, very revolutionary. We have introduced certain revolutionary policy initiatives into the mining sector that this country had never seen before. Insecurity, for instance, was a major headache in Niger, Kebbi, and Kogi states. Artisanal miners clashed with bandits as farmer-herder confrontations ensued. In Zamfara state, recurrent bandit attacks on gold mining communities, targeting of miners for kidnapping, extortion, and raids were so prevalent that the Buhari administration banned mining for 5 years in Zamfara state. In collaboration with my brother, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Ojo, I drew over 2,000 strong men from the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps to establish, first of its kind in the history of mining in Nigeria, the mining marshals. This is a security architecture specifically designed to combat illegal operations in the mining sector. The mining marshals to date have restored over 90 mining sites, recovered these sites from illegal operators, and restored these sites to their legitimate owners. And to date, the mining marshals have arrested or apprehended over 300 illegal operators, illegal miners. And as we speak, over 150 of them are undergoing prosecution. And we have secured convictions of over 20 in the last 1.5 years. And of course, we are still counting. And these convictions, or those convicts, include foreigners, not just Nigerians, foreigners as well, have been convicted after prosecution. And we are not resting on our oars. We are putting in place a mine satellite monitoring project. And this project, which was approved by the Federal Executive Council with an initial takeoff fund of 2.5 billion, this project has captured all the mineral licenses and coordinates in the country and will monitor movement of people and persons and trucks in the minerals areas to detect unlicensed, illegal operations and report revenue accruable to the federal government from minerals transported from one place to the other. The gradual restoration of security, law and order, also supported by the bold conquest of invaders and destruction of insurrectionists by the Nigerian Army, Navy and Air Force, has encouraged many miners to return to their sites. The resumption of legal extraction and operations has increased the number of persons employed, the royalties and fees paid, and this has boosted government revenue. Against the paltry figure of 8.4 billion naira collected by the federal government from mining in 2022, as soon as we rolled out our reforms on assumption of office 2 years ago, the figure rose to 14 billion in 2023, and as we introduced more measures, it rose to 38 billion in 2024. Meaning that, in fact, there is statistics recently released by our certification agencies that the solid minerals sector in the last 2 years had overperformed its budgetary expectation and target by 100%. I met a revenue profile of barely 8 billion. And within a year, with the policy reforms and initiatives and the creativity we've brought to bear on the sector, that 8 billion rose to 38 billion. And it is with pride that I announce authoritatively here today that between January and September this year, we have recorded over 30 billion as total revenue. And wait for this, the Southwest contributed 7.2 billion, making Southwest the highest contributor to mining revenues of the federal government. The Southwest is thus well positioned to benefit from these reforms. First, the Southwest has the most successful gold mining project in Nigeria, and that is the Segilola Thor project, which in 2024 declared a turnover of $193 million at its international headquarters. This Segilola gold mining project in Ilesha, Osun State, employs over 2,000 workers, and 80% of them are youths below 40 years of age. Segilola pays the highest tax and royalties in the gold mining subsector, and much of this credit for growing Nigeria's gold mining phase in the global gold sector, this credit goes to another of your sons, Segun Lawson, who is the managing director of Segilola Gold in Osun. He is the chairman, MD, chief executive. And that is the gold project that we use in marketing Nigeria at various international fora. I just came in yesterday from Beijing in China. That's why I wasn't here yesterday. I landed Abuja yesterday from China to market Nigeria, and I was still showcasing Segilola Gold to a lot of international investors. And that's one of your sons. Secondly, with massive mineral deposits given by Olodumare, Southwest has gold, has lithium, limestone, granite, clay, silica, sand, feldspar, kaolin, laterite, quartz, mica, beryllium, and the world's best gemstones, not to mention bitumen, which is the world's second largest deposit here in Ondo State. Our records show that companies from the Southwest hold 1,801 mineral titles out of the total of over 9,000 in the entire nation. These include 630 exploration licenses, 51 mining leases, 284 quarry leases, and 836 small-scale mining licenses. And as at October 15 this year, Ogun State has the highest number of titles with 481, followed by Oyo, 440, and Osun, 374. The fact that the Southwest has the largest concentration of quarry leases in the country also explains the concentration of companies manufacturing mining explosives. The Solar, Niger Chem, and Intrachem operate from Ogun State and feed the mining sector through dealer farms such as Dynatrack and Tontais. And another mining explosive company is coming up in Ikoro Ekiti. I am glad they say charity begins at home. I'm glad that our people are fully involved in the mining value chain. We have issued licenses for 46 private mineral buying centers and 369 cooperatives with 5,000 members. I must emphasize that establishing the cooperatives is the non-kinetic, non-persuasive component of our strategy to secure the sector by reducing illegal mining. I need a little bit of explanation here. In our 7-point agenda, I did mention that combating insecurity is a critical component of it. And when I surveyed the landscape and found that this was a terrible challenge militating against the progress of the mining in Nigeria, I went to the president to report to him that we needed a creative approach to create a different security architecture specifically to combat mining, illegal operations in mining. And the president graciously approved the proposal, and that led to the establishment of the mining marshals. Now, the mining marshals constitute or comprise the kinetic approach, because we have a two-pronged approach, two-pronged strategy, the persuasive and the coercive, the kinetic and the non-kinetic. The coercive is the mining marshals, is a coercive authority. They have guns, they have batons, they have all the arsenal of coercing you into compliance. But being a Nigerian, being an Omoluabi, being from the land of Karo Ojire, we always look at all the ramifications before we conceptualize policies, before we enunciate policies, before we execute the policies, and before we monitor such policies. So in the process of this policy conceptualization, we realize that coercion alone will not solve the problem. We had over 2 million artisanal miners, mostly referred to as illegal miners, because these are unlicensed, unregulated, unstructured. But we can't push them into the sea or into the desert because they are Nigerians. So while we establish the coercive authority to enforce compliance, we also established and created the persuasive, not coercive, but persuasive, that is reasoning, through the establishment of the cooperative societies, which means we encourage these artisanal miners to form cooperatives. When they form cooperatives, they become structured, they become formalized, and they become bankable. They can approach the financial institutions to obtain loans to expand their businesses, and above everything, they become legitimate operators. They become licensed. And then government can also retrieve obligations in form of taxes, royalties, and other charges that hitherto were lost to government because this set of miners were unstructured, were unregulated. And so we call that the cooperative. Since we established this non-kinetic approach, I'm glad to inform you that we have registered over 300 of such cooperatives nationwide. And from our records, we have over 158 in Osun alone, cooperatives. Osun has the highest number of cooperatives in the mining sector. We have 77 in Oyo and 77, sorry, in Lagos. Oyo is 47. We are compiling the list for Ondo, Ekiti. Currently, we are digitizing the register of these cooperatives, and not less than 80 of them have been captured so far in our digitization system. While we encourage more investment in the country, we insist that our people should not be cheated. We encourage all communities on mineral-bearing land in Nigeria to set up committees that can engage and negotiate with investors to negotiate a kind of CSR, corporate social responsibility, that these investors will put, and we call it in mining, local beneficiation. The beneficiation that will accrue to the local communities that host these mine sites. In actual fact, when I came in, one of the first things I did was to review the community development agreements, which I met on ground, and I found gaps. So we went ahead, we reviewed this community development community development agreement, so as to give more back to the local communities that host the mine sites. And Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to the glory of God, after we launched this new and revised community development agreement, I went for a mining conference in Cape Town in South Africa. And right before my very eyes, the president of South Africa, Ramaphosa, stood on the stage and said that, yes, South Africa had been a long-standing mining country, well before Nigeria. And in fact, earned substantially of its GDP through mining. But still, the president of South Africa said they had gone to Nigeria to copy the Community Development Agreement of Nigeria, which I revised a few months before then. I was in the hall. I nearly jumped up to say hooray, you know, in the hall. Now, that speaks to the efficacy and the efficiency of our policy reforms that are reverberating across the length and breadth of Africa. Today, a mining company must sign a CDA, that's a Community Development Agreement, stating in clear terms how it intends to impact the development of the host community before commencing operation. And from our records, 99 CDAs have been signed in the Southwest till date. Significantly, nothing less than 45 communities in the Southwest signed CDA between September 2023 and now, indicating the aggressiveness with which we have implemented the policy by doubling the CDA records of over 15 years in just 2 years. The record of CDA agreements signing that we met in 2023, which was 15 years old, we doubled that record in 2 years. As part of the 7-point agenda, we set up the Nigerian Solid Minerals Company as successor in title to the defunct Nigerian Mining Corporation. This company, currently under the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, Murphy, is expected to have a private sector orientation by having 50% shares of mega mining companies, 25% to the federal government, and 25% to the Nigerian public, anybody as long as you are a citizen of Nigeria. This company will engage in joint venture projects with local and international investors on brown and green fields, encourage skills transfer, promote gainful employment of Nigerians to create the capital formation necessary to reposition the mining sector as Nigeria's next major revenue earner and, as I love to call it, economic jugular. Our reforms of the rates regime in licenses and royalties have accelerated sectoral stability and boosted revenue. In the last 2 years, I've had cause to revoke over 3,700 licenses through one form of default or the other. It's in your title. Once you are given a mining title, you develop it. There is a clause in the Nigerian Mining and Mineral Act that says use it or lose it. If you don't use it, you lose it. And I discovered that so many people were obtaining licenses for speculative purposes, not using it, clogging up the mineral landscape and the mining sites of Nigeria, preventing serious investors from moving into the sector. So I dusted up the files, looked at all the clauses of default. One is failure to pay annual service fees. The other is the dormancy, which means it's dormant. You are not using it. So in the process, I started to revoke, to clear this table and allow serious investors to move in and invest and bring in the needed foreign exchange. To date, like I said, I've had cause to revoke 3,794 titles for this dormancy and failure to discharge civic obligations. Again, the royalties that I had to increase have substantially boosted the revenue accruing to the federal government from this sector and have raised the bar of industrial consciousness by encouraging mergers and acquisitions. Before, you had a single individual owning 35 licenses, mining licenses, and not operating a single one. And there were investors with capital, but without a single mining license. So there are some that we also saw, miners or mining license owners, who were too financially insolvent to move into the business. Mining is not a cheap business. It's capital intensive. Most of the machineries are imported anyway. But there are some people who couldn't even barely afford 3 square meters a day who were owning licenses. And so with the raising of the charges payable, some of these people were forced to go into mergers and acquisitions. And through such mergers, they became stronger and they became more bankable. And of course, having access to the financial institutions to boost their businesses. And the results are evident in the revenues of the Mining Cadastral Office, which in 1 year doubled from 6 billion in 2023 to 12.2 billion in 2024. And in fact, from January this year to last week, the latest figures have coupled up. The figures have increased between January and last week by 110%, with the record of 26.7 billion revenue from the Mining Cadastral Agency. And as we approach the end of the year, we are confident that we shall achieve more. KBACs, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our progress at home has been matched with renewed vigor and creativity in attracting investors to Nigeria abroad. Our campaign for value addition, first articulated at the Future Minerals Forum in Riyadh in January of last year. One of the most critical elements of our 7-point agenda is this policy, local value addition, which means, in essence, that no more would we allow our raw minerals to be taken out to countries abroad for processing. You must process the minerals right here locally. And the reasons are not far-fetched. I gave a presentation on this policy in Riyadh, January last year, at the Futures Minerals Conference. And I told the audience, most African ministers of minerals were in attendance. If you look at the historical trajectory of Africa, it's been from one subjugation to degradation to poverty. Look at it from slavery to colonialism to neo-colonialism and to what we have today, which I call economic imperialism. And this narrative must change. It cannot just change through rhetorics. It can only change through action. And so we enunciated this local value addition policy that today, if you apply for mining title, if I do not see a concrete plan of local processing, local value addition, we are not going to approve such an application. Now, when I announced this in Riyadh, immediately I finished my speech. all the African ministers of minerals got very excited with this policy, gathered together, there and then established the African Mineral Strategy Group, which is a platform, continental platform, to promote this narrative that African minerals must now benefit Africans. And of course, all the African ministers there unanimously elected your son, me, as the chairman. I'm the current chairman of the African Mineral Strategy Group, which again speaks to the efficiency of our policy initiatives and reforms. Today, that local value addition policy is generating interest across the length and breadth of Africa. In fact, a few weeks ago, the president of Malawi went a step further to announce a total ban on the exportation of raw minerals from Malawi. Yoweri Museveni of Uganda has followed suit. And so many other countries in Africa are following the lead, which is a policy that we started here. I want to crave your indulgence to say that all these policies that we are enunciating has led to substantial increases. For instance, this local value addition policy, most of the Chinese companies that were involved in this exportation, you know what we call, there is a terminology in mining. We call it from pit to port, which means you extract from the pit and you take to the port and ship out. But no more, because there is a new sheriff in town. Now you have to process locally before you take anything out. And when those Chinese companies saw how serious we were in enforcing this regulation, they started to build processing factories. And today, through this policy alone, we've been able to attract foreign direct investment of over $1.3 billion since September 2023. This policy has promoted the establishment of new startup projects in processing. And these include the impending groundbreaking. In another 2 weeks, I'm going to do the groundbreaking of another rare earth, Africa's largest rare earth processing plant here in Nigeria, which is to the tune of $400 million. It's a lithium processing plant. Asba Company, Camax Technology, Avatar New Energy. In fact, the president very shortly is going to commission another $600 million direct foreign investment that we brought in the last 2 years. When we consider the multiplier effects of these numerous developments, we will not be surprised by the recent reports of statistical agencies and economic monitors such as the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, NBS, and the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, NAITI. The NBS reported that overall growth of the mining sector rose from 2.84% in 2023, when we took over, to 4.85% in 2024. It added that the contribution to aggregate GDP moved from 5.56 to 5.64% in the same period. Kabiyesi's, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to conclude by appealing to the local and subnational authorities in Nigeria, and especially in the Southwest, to join our campaign against illegal mining, support for cooperatives and value addition. Illegal mining, I told the United States ambassador who was with me before I came in here that when we blame foreigners for engaging in illegal mining in Nigeria, I don't deceive myself, neither does this president that we have. And Yoruba say that when you point an accusing finger, the four others are pointing at you. So when we point at foreigners for coming to engage in illegal mining, pray, I ask, how is it possible? Can I go to China and go to a village in China and start digging, looking for lithium or any mineral? So in essence, without our own local connivance, no foreigner can come to engage in any illegal activity in our land. The fault is in ourselves, not in our stars. We are the ones that connive with these illegal operators, whether local or foreign. A Chinese man from Tianjin does not know the nooks and crannies of my village. I'm sorry, our traditional rulers. I have seen a lot of things in the files. I've seen the records. Our leaders are hands in glove with these illegal operators. Once money is spread around, we close our eyes and then they carry on. We are appealing. Let us have conscience. Let us be public spirited. When we sell our rights for a measure of porridge, we are selling the future of our children. We are selling the future of our environment. We are selling the future of our nation. As we live here today, ẹ̀yin bàbá wa, ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, if anybody approaches you to engage in illegal mining or illegal activity, no matter the amount of incentive or money, refuse, because you can't do it in their own country. If you do it, you'll be executed. It's only here. We must change the narrative. As it is said, our past is a story foretold. Our future shall definitely be written in gold. Thank you for listening.
A detailed scorecard there. A very detailed scorecard there. And we can see that the ladies, the women, are celebrating that insightful speech. One of the things I heard, Yemi, is that Osun has the highest number of cooperatives in the mining industry in Nigeria. Thank you, our women. Thank you. We have to continue now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much,
Please, let's
women.
settle down. Let's settle down. Thank you very much. Ẹ ṣeun o, ẹ ṣeun o. You know, thank you very much. Please, let's settle down. Let's settle down. You know, from this experience, next time we will organize, please, shh, ayi yawa otito. From this experience, next time we will organize a special Southwest Summit on Dele Alake's performance. Can we put it together for him? Bọ́mọ ẹni bá dáa ká wí ẹjọ́, eléyìí ó ṣe é mú yangàn. Àtẹ́wọ́dà, àtẹ́wọ́dà, àtẹ́wọ́dà. Ẹ̀gàn ni ẹ̀. So we move on quickly. Iṣẹ́ ṣì wà, ọ̀rọ̀ ṣì wà, tá a ṣe.
All right, Yemi, just before we go on, I just wanted to quickly commend the Honorable Minister, Dele Alake, for starting his speech for like 30 minutes. He was speaking on diluted Yoruba language. That is leadership, and that is being a role model for as many young people as are watching us live at this moment. It's important that we'll be able to speak our language.
I keep wondering, is there any topic or issue that Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey has not sang on under the sun? It was Obey that said, "Ẹni tó nọ́ka kan sọmọ́lá kejì o, mẹ́rin tó kù kó má jẹ́ tiwọn o." Ẹ má jẹ́ àti ìlọ̀bẹ̀.
All right then. Let's move on now to the next speaker, who is the chairman of Southwest Conference of Speakers. I'm talking of no other than the Speaker, House of Assembly, Ekiti State, Honorable Adeoye Aribasuyi.
Honorable Speaker, sir, can we clap for him, please? Can we clap for him, please?
The Speaker of the Ekiti State House of Assembly is next, making his way to the podium. He's also the chairman of Southwest Conference of Speakers. Is speaking on the behalf of the Ekiti State government.
Thank you. Mo kí gbogbo àwọn orí adé tó wà níbí tó wà níjókòó, ẹ̀yin bàbá wa ká dé pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà kó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. Wọ́n ní kí ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ kó máa pọ̀ sí ní báyìí. Ẹ ṣé ẹ̀yin kábíyèsí wa. The governor of Ondo State, who is our host, His Excellency Governor Lucky Orimisan Ayewa Dati Gbogbowa. I greet you, sir. Thank you very much. And I also want to recognize the Afenifere under the leadership of Fashionati. But please allow me to maintain the existing protocol. Yes. One, I am speaking on behalf of my governor, Governor Biodu Abayomi Oyebanji, who ordinarily would have been here if not for the urgent national matters that he actually had to attend to. And he actually sent a very strong delegation from Ekiti State. And I have a good number of leaders from Ekiti State, Chief Jide Awe, Baba Bejide, Right Honorable Olatubosun, and a host of them who are here, Honorable Ayo Adegbite. Now, my governor has asked me to say this, that when it comes to Yoruba agenda, you can always count and bank on the Ekiti State. When it comes to Yoruba agenda, we, even from the days of Chief Obafemi Awolowo, you will know that Ekiti play a very major role. The likes of Baba Fashionati, the likes of Baba Olora, the likes of David Oke, you will know their role in the government of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And that is one thing for us in Ekiti State, because we strongly believe in Yoruba agenda. Most importantly now, that if we even have our home man who is well prepared for the job, and that is our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that we know his reforms
is actually reinventing the spirit behind why we have the first television station in Nigeria and in the whole of Africa, right in the Yoruba nation. And what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing now is also free resources to the subnationals that has also helped us. For example, in Ekiti State, we have reforms of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that has enabled us to construct new roads. His reforms has enabled us to renovate general hospitals in all our local government. His reforms has brought about, development in every areas in our own state. The only message that my governor even want me to pass across, and I'm going to pass this across, is that we have to stay together to become stronger together. We can only be stronger together when we work together. And as a nation, we must work together. My governor, is a man that strongly believes in God. He said, and I should remind us, particularly those of us who have read the Holy Scripture very well, particularly the Bible, the battle in Exodus 17, that is the battle against the Amalekites. It says that the Joshua of that time now is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is on the battlefront fighting. And he also said, the Moses of that time are the Afeniferes, are the Kabiesis, who must also lift their hands for Joshua to win the battle that we are currently fighting. And the Aaron and the Hur and the other man that went to lift the hands of Moses on the top are the governors, are the legislators, and are the people here. He says we can win this battle together, because that battle, who will you say actually won that battle that day? Is it Joshua? Is it Moses? Is it Aaron or Hur? It was together. And my governor said that we should also inform you that for us, we must work together as a Yoruba nation, so that we will become stronger together and we will win the battle together. Now, that is the message from my governor, that we must stay together, work together, and we can win our battle together. The interlude between my governor's speech and that of the Southwest Conference of Speakers is my personal message. And I will take a cue from what our leader from Ekiti, the Minister of Solid Mineral, have said, particularly on our culture. He spoke around our language. That I also realized that we are losing our identity because we are jettisoning our culture. Answer you, Obama. Taba wo aṣọ etu, tí mo bá wo aṣọ etu, kí n kó àkúnsí, tí mo bá wọ church, wọ́n á wò pé ibo ló ti ń bọ̀, pé kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Because, and that, when we lose our identity, then already we have lost all. And to that, again, apart from the language, our own language, is issue of history. I don't know why history has been taken away from our curriculum. Àwa ọmọ, torí ọmọdé ṣì ni mí, àmọ́ history mọ́, àmọ́ bó ṣe ṣẹlẹ̀. And I think it is important. And I must appreciate our father, Archbishop Ladibolu. I listened to you, sir. I was torn by that message is the keynote. And I saw the way you were bringing in, our culture, bringing in and merging it together. Èmi náà dẹ̀ rí pé bàbá wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ nípa kọ̀ǹpútà lénìí. Ọ̀rẹ́kù náà wà ń bẹ̀ ńgbà yẹn náà. Tá bá da ọ̀pẹ̀lẹ̀, gbogbo nǹkan tí kọ̀ǹpútà ń ṣe, òun náà ni. I think there is the need for us to also go back to our origin. And there is nothing bad. Kábẹ̀sí máa kọ́ mathematics ní èdè Yorùbá. Ká máa kọ́ English gan. Bó bá ṣe wù wá, ká kọ́ lédè Yorùbá. Science, Mandarin ní China, ó mà náà ń lò. Nígbà tó lè ń lò, ó jẹ́ kó máa yé àwọn èèyàn yékéyéké. Now to the speech of the chairman, Conference of Speakers. That one is for governor and my own. For us, I will just take one aspect of the speech. I will not read the whole speech. And this will be directed to our governor. Let me say that I want to say that as we bring this remarkable Southwest Stakeholder Dialogue to a close, I am deeply encouraged by the spirit, sincerity, and sheer purpose that have animated our discussion over these past days. This theme, strengthening democracy through dialogue, assessing progress, and charting the future, has not merely guided our sessions. It has become a living testament to the strength of citizen government when voices from all corners of our region comes together in constructive exchange. Let me just go to what I want our governors to hear. I want to, sorry please. I am asking for something, yes. I want to request for regional legislative summits. And I put it this way, to advance the regional collaboration, I have highlighted and I seek the support and collective endorsement of our governors to convene a Southwest Legislative Summit. The objective of this summit would be to, one, align regional policy priorities that promote socio-economic development, establish a regional legislative agenda with shared milestones and accountability, to create cross-border working groups to address critical issues such as infrastructure, trade facilitation, health, education, and security. Agree on a framework that will have a joint oversight, transparency, and citizen engagement in the lawmaking process. I am confident that with the governor's backing, a regional legislative summit can accelerate reforms and demonstrate a unified, proactive approach to governance that benefits all communities in the Southwest. I thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the Speaker, Ekiti State House of Assembly, Honorable Adeoye Aribasoye. And he's also the Chairman, Southwest Conference of Speakers, representing the Ekiti State Government.
Ara. At this point, we are presenting, let's lighten up the mood. We're presenting one of our very, very best, an icon of our culture and tradition, an internationally acknowledged talking drummer, and of course, an entertainer par excellence. Please, Ara, take us there. A few minutes. Take us there. Can we project it on the big screen, please? Go on, go on. Can we have it on the big screen, please? Thank you. Lead mic, engineer, lead mic.
ọmọ Yorùbá ni mí àbẹ̀ wọ́n kọ́ mi mo gbẹ̀kọ́. proudly Yorùbá.
Round of applause for our ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ara. Well done. Well done. Quickly, we are moving on to the panel discussion. We're moving on quickly to the panel discussion. And I would like to invite Engineer Olajide Agbola, Director of Federal Highways Southwest. Engineer Olajide Agbola, Director of Federal Highways Southwest. Can we clap for him, please? Let's encourage him, please. Let's encourage him. Engineer Olajide Agbola. Can we have also a representative of the National Primary Health Development Agency, Dr. Adebiyi. Dr. Adebiyi. Let's clap for her, please. Let's clap for her. Ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fóbìnrin. Báwọn ọkùnrin ò tiẹ̀ pàtẹ́wọ́, ẹ̀yin obìnrin ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ fára yín. You're most welcome, ma. Ẹ ṣé. Ní ẹ release record ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ la wí. Ẹ ṣé. One more time, Engineer Olajide Agboola, Director of Federal Highways, Southwest. Please join us. Chief Okpeyemi Agbaje, Chairman PENCOM. Chief Okpeyemi Agbaje, Chairman PENCOM. Please join us. Can we encourage him, please? Can we clap for him? I've also got Senator Olubunmi Adetumobi, Chairman SWDC. Tomisi, this is your show. Please come up. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀yin èèyàn wa tí ẹ bá farabalẹ̀ kópa nínú ètò tí a gbé kalẹ̀ yìí yóò ju àṣẹ. A ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ láyọ̀, a sì parí rẹ̀ láyọ̀. Lágbára Láwùrábí, lágbára àwọn tó tẹ̀lé idó, àṣeyẹ, àṣeyẹ, àṣeyọrí láṣẹ. Tómísì, ó yá o.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us again. This is yet another panel, and it is my pleasure to host this set of conversations that will be focusing on agencies of government and parastatals of government that affect your lives directly. Our conversation would begin today from the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, National Primary Health Development Agency. And we have with us Dr. Adebi. I'd like to take your brief, and then we're taking a few questions. Please, if you have questions for us, write them down and prepare to pass them to the front, because we would want to keep the time, and we want to spend as little time as possible on the question and answer forum. But please, today we will be taking questions. So please write down your questions right before we call for it. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you. I'll take care of the mic. Yes.
Thank you. Permit me to stand on the already established protocol. Your Excellency, sir, the Governor, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. For National Primary Care Development Agency, I'm here representing my Executive Director, Dr. Muyi Aino. For policies that is being implemented in the agency, we have training and kitting of frontline health workers. We have recruitment of skilled birth attendants. We've worked on maternal and neonatal mortality reduction, innovative and initiative. We have Hope Health agenda. We've done medical outreaches. Medical equipment and commodities have been supplied. We've had recruitment of community-based health workers, disbursement of basic health care provision fund has gone to all our states in the Southwest, and PAC revitalization, it's ongoing. If you look at the achievements in the health workforce strengthening and service delivery, training has taken place in all the states of the nation and all the 6 states of Southwest states. A total of 8,549 health workers, frontline health workers has been trained, and more are still going to be trained. Recruitment of skill-based attendants has taken place in all the states of the Southwest, and a total of 221 has been employed. For service delivery, federal government has identified 172 highest priority LGA with the highest maternal mortality rates, and 12 of those LGAs are in the Southwest states. We have 1 in Lagos, 2 in Ogun, 5 in Ondo, and 4 in Oyo State. Also, part of the achievements that the agency have done is we've worked on the whole project. This is a series to improve quality of essential services and to increase the utilization of our health facilities. A total of 355 facilities across all the 6 states of the Southwest Zone. It's going to enjoy the program. Commodities and equipment has also been supplied for direct drive refrigerators. 389 has been supplied to the various states in Southwest. The freezer, 20 has been given to various states. Vaccine carriers that is meant so that we'll have potent vaccines that will be given to our children has been supplied. I don't know whether the data is being shown, and it shows what has been supplied to each of the states in the Southwest. I don't want to be mentioning each of the states. If the slides can be shown. For Ekiti, they have 580, Lagos 1,900, Ogun 1,322, Ondo 622. So this has been supplied to the various states in the Southwestern Zone. Also, medical outreach has been carried out, and a total of 46,000 has been reached. When it comes to community-based health workers, recruitment is also ongoing. Presently, only Ogun State in the Southwest has recruited 533. And when we're also talking about basic health care provision fund, which is 1% of the federal government consolidated revenue given to each of the facility. And presently, for 2023, a total of 2.99 billion has been disbursed to the various states in the Southwest Zone. 2024, 3.79, and 2025, 2.46 has been distributed to all our facilities. We have 1,471 PSC facilities that are currently enjoying this, and additional facilities is also to be added to the facilities that we enjoy these facilities. Also, we have so many other programs. Facility revitalization is also taking place. And in the Southwest, planned was 791 facilities to be revitalized for the phases to be changed. And presently, 249 has been revitalized. Ongoing, we have 426, and those that are yet to start, we have 116. We can see a picture of some of the ones that are going on in the southwestern states, both before and after of each of those revitalizations that has taken place in all the 6 states of the southwestern zone. If the screen can show it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Adeleke. We're quite grateful. Dr. Adebiyi, you've told us a lot about the interventions here, but I'll wait for questions to start. We're moving now to the Ministry of Works. Engineer Olajide Agbola is the Director of Federal Highways Southwest. Let's have your presentation, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish to stand on existing protocols. The Federal Ministry of Works has a total of 66 major ongoing roads and bridges projects across the 6 states in the Southwest Zone. The projects are spread
Excuse me, sir. Could you hold on a bit? Can we bring down the murmuring a bit? Can we bring down the murmuring a bit so we can listen to what is being said here? Thank you.
So the projects are spread amongst the states as follows. Ekiti has 7 projects. Lagos has 11 road projects and 14 bridge projects, making a total of 25. Ogun State has 15 road projects and 1 bridge project, making a total of 16. Ondo has 4 projects. Osun has 4 road projects and 1 bridge project. Oyo has 7 road projects and 2 bridge projects, making a total of 48 road projects and 18 bridge projects, giving a total of 66 projects in all. Among these, the routes experiencing massive investment in the Southwest region are the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, the Lagos-Badagry Expressway, the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, the Ibadan-Ogbomoso Road, the Shagamu-Rebini Road, and the Ikorodu-Shagamu, amongst others. So the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road passes through Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Delta, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River states. And it has drainage systems, flyovers, and bridges. It has pedestrian bridges. It has a 25-meter wide train track. It is constructed on a concrete road pavement that is designed on 275 mm continuous reinforced concrete using high steel of 20 millimeter reinforcement at 200 mm spacing. And in the contract is an EPC and F contract. It was designed in that funding model. And the sections in Ondo and Ogun, sections 4A and B, are in different stages of construction now. In the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, we have about 183.65 kilometers in the southwest. In Lagos, Ibadan, Oyo, Ogbomoso, the section is now experiencing improved funding under the Renewed Hope Infrastructure funding. And then on the Lagos-Ibadan spur, there is a spur there, the Shagamu spur, which is on 3 lanes in both directions. And it is a maintenance and construction contract as well. It has a number of bridges and flyovers on the Lagos-Ibadan carriageway end. The work on the Shagamu spur so far, the concrete pavement of about 6.125 kilometers have been completed. On the Lagos-Badagry Expressway, about 24.3 kilometers of the road has been completed. And then on Ibadan, Ife, Ilesha, the old contract was terminated due to several challenges that is had, and it's been re-awarded to a new and more competent contractor. The contractor has already mobilized to site and is pursuing the work with vigor. On Ibadan, Ilesha Akure Benin Expressway, a contract has been awarded, the Benin Akure section. The contractor is mobilized, and very soon it will begin to execute works on the project. On Akure Iju Itaobolu Ikere Road, we have two contractors there, one on the Ekiti section and one on the Ondo section. On the Ondo section, the contractor has completed works up to 14.2 kilometers to binder level on one side. And on the Ekiti section, the contractor has completed 17 kilometers up to binder level. The benefits of all these critical road corridors, when they are completed, are that they will improve tourism development, they will improve shoreline protection and environmental sustainability, they will encourage regional integration and development, they will add to the carbon credit of Nigeria by the use of concrete pavements and solar lights, and they also have the benefit of windmill power generation. All these will also lead to foreign direct investment along the various road corridors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause for Engineer Agbola. You were very precise. We move now to the chairman of PENCOM, Chief Okoyemi Agbaje. We'll take your brief, sir. Please don't forget, questions are already coming, comments and questions. Write them down and please pass them to us. We will take them right after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My key point is that President Tinubu is overseeing massive reforms of the Nigerian pension sector, being carried on through, of course, the National Pension Commission, and for those who retired before the commencement of the contributory pension scheme, which PENCOM oversees, the PTAD department. The commitment the president has demonstrated to the pension sector is unparalleled since the return to democracy. I'll first mention some very important initiatives that this audience should be very concerned about. So, today the contributory pension scheme that PENCOM oversees has accumulated pensions to about 26 trillion naira. The biggest source of capital for development, for long-term economic development in Nigeria today is the pension system. And now PENCOM has decided that we have to rechannel pension funds as a catalyst for national development. So in the last 20 years, of course, we know the contributory pension system started in 2004 with the Pension Reform Act of 2004, which was revised in 2014 to the Pensions Reform Act of 2014, which is our current legislation. Since that, roughly 20 years of operation of the contributory pension system, pension funds have mostly gone into fixed income securities, treasury bills, bonds, things like that, essentially into funding the governments of Nigeria, the federal government and the state government. This PENCOM, under President Tinubu's guidance and leadership, and in compliance with his vision for Nigeria, we have passed new guidelines, and pensions are going to be rechanneled largely, significantly, towards infrastructure, towards housing and mortgages, real estate, towards venture capital, private equity, towards agriculture. In short, pension funds are being rechanneled towards long-term national economic development. But there is an implication for us in the Southwest. PENCOM's guidelines will not allow any entity, whether state or federal or private, to benefit from pension funds if you are not fully compliant with the Pension Reform Act. I know, as chairman of PENCOM, based on the briefs I've seen, that mostly Lagos State is the most compliant state in Nigeria in terms of remitting pension contributions, in terms of complying with all our guidelines, and consequently, for those who have followed Lagos State's financing strategies, they have been the one that has benefited from the capital market, mostly from pension funds, in terms of developing the states. So I want to use this special occasion. Unfortunately, many of our governors have left, but there are still enough dignitaries from all the 6 states of the Southwest. Please comply with the Pension Reform Act. I'm willing to be a resource, to be of assistance in ensuring that compliance. But if you don't, going forward, you could afford to not comply before. But now, if you don't comply, you are excluding your state, in effect, from the benefits of all the funding that will now be increasingly going into infrastructure, into real estate, into housing and mortgages, into mortgage-backed securities, into agriculture, and into private equity investments. That will be a massive self-inflicted wound. So it is important that you are going to see very soon that there will be 2 eras in the development of the Nigerian contributory pension scheme. The first era, ending 2025, in which pension funds were mostly going into bonds and fixed income statements. But going forward, you will see a greater flow of pension funds into infrastructure and these other areas that I've mentioned. It will be in the interest of our states if we all begin to comply with the Act, in order that we can then be accessing the funds in the pension system to do infrastructure development, public-private partnerships, to access pension funds. That's a very important, and for me, that's my most important message. Beyond that, like I said, the president has shown great commitment to sustaining a socially humane pension system. So there are plans. The PENCOM has also come up with a policy on personal pensions. So up to date, we have had pensions go mostly into the formal sector, people working for, who are contributing pensions, people who work for government, who work for the large corporates, and so on. Increasingly, we have also come up with a plan and a policy and investment guidelines to pension fund administrators for a personal pension scheme targeting the formal sector. So we want everybody to participate in personal pensions. The artisans, the formal sector workers, self-employed individuals, no matter how little, we are drawing informal sector operators so that there can be social protection for them as well. And that has led to new guidelines from the National Pension Commission to allow agents, just like you have banking agents with all those POSs, we're going to allow accredited, authorized pension agents. Of course, they must be solid entities, but not as big as the PFAs, who are going to be able to go after all the small people and draw much more of our people, including people in the formal sector, into the pension scheme. That will be an important development in ensuring social protection. Most of our people, just one sickness or illness or one period of economic difficulty wipes them out without any social protection. And that's how many die young and lower life expectancy. So we're going to be drawing the guidelines are already out, the scheme is already operational, but you are going to be seeing the impact of that over the next few years. Like I said, there will be a second era that includes investments flowing into infrastructure and those areas I mentioned, as well as the drawing of the informal sector into the pension system. I mentioned healthcare, and this is a direct...
As you round up, sir.
This is the desire of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He has charged PENCOM with looking for a way of using our pensions as a foundation for a health insurance program. And we're working on that. By God's grace, the Commission has a target of December to do that. The final point I'll make is President Tinubu has demonstrated strong commitment to filling their funding gaps in Nigeria's pensions, both with the PTAD, which is not under PENCOM, which are people who retired before PENCOM, and with there's the concept of the minimum pension in our laws. And President Tinubu has charged PENCOM with implementing that so that everybody has, no matter how much is accumulated, there's a specified minimum pension. And the President has directed PENCOM to operationalize that and has expressed willingness to provide funding for that purpose. Of course, that funding, because it's an initiative of government to guarantee a minimum living standard for every retiree, that will have to be funded by government. And I'm aware that the President has made a commitment to funding of almost approximately 750 billion naira for the purpose of the minimum pension. So I want to stress here that both the President and we, his appointees on the board and management of PENCOM, are determined to use the Nigerian pension system as a catalyst for national development and a vehicle for ensuring humane standards of living of our retirees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You can hold on to the mic. Right, we've taken the briefs from the three presenters here. We will be going straight into questions. Coincidentally, the first two questions are for the chairman of PENCOM. The first one says, we have seen repeated pensioners protests in our country over the years. What is PENCOM doing to clear this backlog and put an end to pensioners' protests? Hold on, sir. The second one is a scenario painted. So the PENCOM chairman again, sir, how long does it take a PFA to process the payment to a beneficiary? The person lost a brother 5.5 years ago. After presentation of all the documents requested, they're still waiting. The name of the pension scheme is Premium Pension.
Okay, now this second, let me take the second one first. It's I was at the Senate about, I think 2 weeks ago for confirmation hearing. And a senator raised the same point. And he was raising it in respect of himself, a retired professor from the Southeast. So it's a real problem. There are cases in which the process is seamless and the process happens very fast. There are documents that PENCOM guidelines require people to provide. Your letter of employment, your letter of retirement, things like that. There are many people who have not handled their records very well and who therefore have significant challenges in the process. But irrespective of whatever excuses, we as the new board of PENCOM have made a vow that our objective is to make the process of onboarding Nigerians on pensions seamless and as much as possible, as fast as possible. And we have resolved that we'll make that a key assessment criteria for our pension fund administrators. So I cannot comment on the past. I know that PENCOM, even from the past, has been a reasonably efficient organization. But we are resolved that going forward, that process of onboarding pensioners onto the pension scheme will be, God helping us, more efficient and more seamless. Now, I must make a point. There are two schemes. I alluded to it. There are two schemes for pensioners. If you retired earlier than 2005, I think, you are not, because many of the things you spoke about, the question, the other question, protests and all of that, they are often not about PENCOM contributors. The pension fund under PENCOM is a contributory pension scheme. You contributed to it. The funds are not with us at PENCOM. They are not with government. They are with your pension fund custodian who administers, who treats them subject to the instructions of your pension fund administrator, who treats them subject to your own instructions. So it's a very robust and well thought out, well structured scheme if you are under PENCOM. The unfunded pensions, which are historical liabilities of the government of Nigeria, are under PTAD, Pension Transitional Administration Department, because it's a scheme that will, a bad word, but let me use the only word, it's a scheme that will die off as all those who are under that scheme are diseased. It's an expiring scheme. So there is unfunded. It was a gratuity scheme that the federal government had to fund. But like I said, President Tinubu is providing huge funding to fund all those outstanding liabilities, whether it's for the unfunded schemes under PTAD or for the minimum pension scheme that pension is now creating. So I even if I say so, I want to commend the President for his commitment to a humane pension system and appropriate standard of living for our pensioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, moving straight to Engineer Agbola. Engineer Agbola, this one is a comment. I dare say personal experience. I took down notes while you were talking. So you've answered the question, but I'd like you to shed a bit more light because there is one of the roads mentioned here that wasn't on your list. So this person says, Southwest roads are death traps. For instance, number 1, Ibadan, Ile-Ife, Ilesha, which you mentioned, Ijebu-Ode Ore, which you also mentioned, Ikole-Ekiti to Kaba, which you didn't mention, and many others. He said they can do minor repairs to reduce the hardship. You want to pass a few comments about that? Just a few words.
Oh, yes. What had happened in the past, like I said, is that there were challenges with the previous on the Ibadan, Akure, Ilesha. But if you go there recently, you will see that the contractor has started work on that axis, starting from Ilesha. He has started work.
We can see sand on the way, being a bit sand, a bit delivery of sand.
Not
on the way.
He has also started work. He has started
That's what we
excavation
said,
of the road.
sand.
He has
From
started.
Ikoromoja Junction to Ilesha Junction, there's sand being delivered on the way.
The road construction will not be done in a day. It will take some time.
Okay.
So, but
all right, sir.
The important
Thank
thing
you,
is
sir.
that
We
the
still
work
have
has.
one more question for her. Yes. And the last question here is for, thank you so much, Engineer Bola. And the last question for Dr. Adeleke. We have, who is responsible for monitoring the state of the primary healthcare center and ensuring they are habitable for patients? Also, who ensures that PHCs have drugs and other equipment required to attend to patients?
Thank you so much for that question. That is the responsibility of National Primary Care Development Agency in collaboration with the State Primary Care Board to see that the primary care facilities are in good condition. And I think I mentioned that revitalization of primary care, it's already ongoing. There's some pictures I put on the slide that shows before and what it is now. So it's ongoing, and we are monitoring it to see that the PSC's facilities in our various community, it's good. Everybody should be able to use it. Thank you.
All right, that's why we call it a wrap on this first panel session. I'd like to say thank you to the representative of the Ministry of Works, Engineer Olajide Agbola, the Director of Federal Highways Southwest. I also want to say thank you to Dr. Adebiyi, representative of the National Primary Health Development Agency. Thank you. And of course, Chief Okpeyemi Agbaje, Chairman of PENCOM. Thank you so much for your contributions, sir. We look forward to seeing these translate to direct impact on the lives of Nigerians. We take a few pictures and then we hand over to the moderator of the event.
Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for the panelists? Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll have a quick one, a group picture here, and then that will be it. Thank you so, so much for throwing light on the activities of your agencies and bodies. Thank you very much. Ẹ ṣeun. Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣeun, ẹ̀yin
Okay.
ìyá wa, ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Ẹ ṣeun.
Apá kan alto, apá kejì tenor. Ó fi dá náà ni. Green and white. Thank you. Lemon and white. Ẹ ṣé àdúpẹ́. It is now time. It's now time to listen to a man who represented us so well, made his mark, and we are still excited about the fact that it's still very, very much relevant in the scheme of things in this country. But I'll tell you, when this man was in office, unfortunately, I never knew that I had the privilege of sharing that same citadel of learning with him. I'm talking about the great University of Ife. Great Ife! Right now, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, our royal fathers, we have the privilege of bringing up for a few minutes a former Chief of Defense Staff, General Abayomi Olonishakin. Can we clap for him, please?
For him as he makes his way to the podium.
Around èmi ò ṣe mọ́ ń ṣe gàràgàrà ń títì rẹ o. Bólúwa rẹ̀ lọ ṣe gàràgàrà tí irú eléyìí ọ̀gbẹ́ni tí ń bọ̀ yìí nínú mọ́fìtì tí ẹ bá ní. Mo dúpẹ́, mo jẹ́jẹ́ ni. Ẹ bá mi wọ látẹ̀wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí.
Your Royal Highnesses, our Royal Fathers, thank you for your patience. We appreciate your patience. God will continue to honor you. Distinguished sons and daughters of Udua, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that I extend my heartfelt goodwill for the Southwest Stakeholder Dialogue with the theme, Strengthening Democracy Through Dialogue, Accessing Progress, Charting the Future. This remarkable event stands as a testament to our shared commitment to shaping a brighter and more prosperous future for the Southwest region and by extension, our beloved nation, Nigeria. This event is of utmost importance because in convening diverse voices, expertise, and experiences, we are provided with a unique platform to reflect upon our journey, evaluate our achievements, and chart a purposeful course for tomorrow. The theme is both timely and appropriate. It encourages us to celebrate our successes while remaining vigilant and proactive in addressing emerging challenges and opportunities. I am deeply appreciative of the unwavering commitment demonstrated by our governors, political leaders, traditional institutions, public officials, business innovators, civil societies, organizations, our youths, and indeed all stakeholders. Your collective efforts have been instrumental in steering the Southwest region towards greater social cohesion, economic advancement, and infrastructural development. This dedication, resilience, and vision you have shown are the pillars upon which our progress rests. Together, we have made significant strides in various sectors. Investment in education have yielded a generation better equipped for demand of a rapidly changing world. Healthcare initiatives have improved the lives and well-being of our communities. Infrastructure projects and enhanced connectivity and created new opportunities for commerce and collaboration. Our joint endeavor in promoting peace, security, and inclusive growth are evident in the harmonious atmosphere and positive transformation witnessed across the region. As we gather to assess our progress, let us be inspired by what we have accomplished and remain steadfast in our resolve to do even more. The future beckons with promise, but it also demands innovation, unity, and perseverance. I urge all present to continue to foster meaningful partnership, embracing new ideas, and striving for excellence in our various roles. The collective power of our collaboration will ensure that our aspirations are realized and our region remain at the forefront of national development. Looking ahead, I envision a Southwest that is a beacon of opportunities, inclusivity, and progress. Let us deepen our investment in human capital, technology, and sustainable development. We must remain open to constructive dialogue, harness the potential of our youth, and champion policies that promote equity and prosperity for all. By working together, we can chart a future that honors our heritage and secure lasting legacies for generations unborn. As we live here today, please let us endeavor to ensure that the outcome of this event serves as additional catalyst for transformative action and continued progress. Thank you all for your attention. God bless you.
Can we clap for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen, please? General Abayomi Oloni Shakin, former Chief of Defense Staff, we say thank you so much, sir. Yes, I know. We are now moving on to some of us. We are moving on to these people that are actually part and parcel of us. We share blood, we share language, our culture, our tradition, very similar. There's no way you're going to write the history of the Yorubas without adding the Shekiris to it. Is somebody clapping in this place? Moki Dede, may I invite Mr. Patrick Doyle to come up and speak for the Shekiris. Let's encourage him, please. Let's encourage him, please. After this, we'll be rounding up. We'll be rounding up.
Pẹ̀lú àṣẹ Olúti Ìwẹ̀rẹ̀ Ògíàmẹ̀ Àtúwàṣe Ọ̀kẹta, mo kí yín pàápàá jùlọ, mo kí àwọn olórí adé wa, mo dẹ̀ mú mo kí gbogbo olórí adé wa tí wọ́n ń bí báyìí àti gbogbo aṣíwájú wa. Okay, let me now say this in Ishekiri. In Ishekiri we say mo kí dédé hàn, mo kí gbogbo wa tá wà ń bí. Now, on behalf of the good people of Iwere land, we are very happy to be here today. We are happy to be here today because there was a time when there was Western Nigeria and we were an integral part of Western Nigeria. There was a time at the beginning of Afenifere, some of our illustrious sons were there. Chief Ruwane, and we are an integral part of the political family of the Awolowo dynasty. And I stand here today as an ambassador of the good people of Iwere land. In recent times, we have had to make a pivot because for too long, we had affiliated ourselves with hostile neighbors, forgetting that we have very, very, very sound neighbors in our brothers, especially our brothers Ilaje, who, by the grace of God, are the helm of affairs in Ondo State. We would like to say that we consider ourselves at this time, because of the present hostilities that we have had to endure in the hands of our hostile neighbors, we now consider ourselves an integral part of the Yoruba nation, and we intend to fully assimilate and make our presence felt with the general Yoruba nation. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Ogiame Suo.
Thank you, my brother and friend and colleague, Patrick Doyle. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. Commander Kunle Olawumi is coming up. He's coming up. Please, let's encourage him. Let's encourage him. We've just heard from the Shakiris. Commander Olawumi has a very brief one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I know our time is well spent. My name is Commodore Kunle Olawumi, and the purpose of coming here is actually to look at the security architecture of Southwest. I'm just going to ask a few questions, and without conceding, let us assume that 2027 may be the last time maybe a Yoruba man will govern this country. So what are the plans? Without conceding, let us assume that 2032, Tinubu will be there for 8 years. After 2032, when the Yoruba has finished their reign, what becomes of the Yoruba Southwest? It's on this note I want us to reappraise the need to enhance our security architecture in the Southwest, albeit that we have the Amotekun. But I think on a serious note, we should begin to look at our retired generals and senior officers and see how we can empower them. Because I'm very close to Arewa Consultative Forum. If you look at what their governors are doing, I don't see why the Southwest governor cannot do the same by empowering our youths to be able to stand in the gap when the Janjaweeds will be approaching from the Kogi, Kwara sector to Ekiti, Oyo, Ondo, which is inevitable anyway. And we cannot depend all the time on the federal troops. So on this note, I just want to say that the Southwest governor should try to set up an endowment fund, a way to actually get tools for our youths and train them to be able to defend the Southwest when the time comes, because this is inevitable as we approach 2027. Thank you very much.
Do we have Tony ready there for a few minutes before we say the final thank you? Do we have the communique ready? We have the communique ready. Okay, okay, please, please come. Please come, please come. Kehinde Adebayo is here. Just 1 second, Tony. Just 1 second, Tony. 1 second. Kehinde Adebayo to deliver the communique. Yes.
Standing on the existing protocol, I'll be reading the resolutions and recommendations from this two-day event, the Southwest Stakeholder Dialogue. Having deliberated extensively on the state of governance, development, and citizen welfare in the Southwest region, we hereby resolve and recommend as follows. The summit resolves to submit this communique to His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for consideration and action, and also to transmit the resolutions to the relevant federal ministries, departments, and agencies. Yoruba unity and governance. The summit calls for strengthening Yoruba unity and solidarity across all Southwest states and extended Yoruba communities, committing to transcend partisan political differences in pursuit of collective regional development and the advancement of our shared cultural heritage and economic prosperity. The Southwest region resolves to reclaim and strengthen its historical position as Nigeria's pacesetter in development, innovation, and good governance, committing to serve as a model for democratic engagement, economic transformation, and social progress. Support for federal government economic reforms. The Southwest stakeholders express strong support for the bold economic reforms being implemented by the federal government under the leadership of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, acknowledging that while these reforms may present such short-term challenges, they are essential for Nigeria's long-term economic stability and prosperity. We call on the federal government to intensify public enlightenment and information dissemination on the government policies, programs, and their expected impact, recognizing that citizens require clear, transparent, and regular communication to fully understand policy rationale and implementation timelines, as well as measurable outcomes. We also have the political leadership and governance. Political leaders at all levels of government must be guided by vision, integrity, and unwavering commitment to the welfare of the people rather than narrow partisan interests. Good governance requires prioritization of citizens' needs in all policy decisions and resource allocations, and this should be done with accountability and transparency. Also have the regional integration and infrastructure development. The summit strongly advocates for accelerated regional integration through strategic infrastructure projects, including intra-regional railway networks, industrial hubs, and farm settlements. These transformative projects will enhance trade, create jobs, boost food security, and strengthen economic ties among Southwest states, while strengthening the region's position as Nigeria's economic powerhouse. It calls for the attention of the federal government to the deplorable conditions of some of the federal roads in the Southwest, including the Ibadan-Ife-Ilesha Highway, the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway, and the Itawure-Ado-Ekiti Highway, and the Ifaki of Lokoja Highway. We also have the institutional framework for continuous engagement. The Southwest Summit shall be institutionalized as an annual event to ensure sustained dialogue between government and citizens, providing a consistent platform for policy assessment, stakeholder feedback, and collaboration for regional development. Sector-specific working groups shall be provided to provide continuous input on policy development and implementation, meeting regularly to review progress, address challenges, and make evidence-based recommendations to the government. The development agenda for Western Nigeria, Dawn Commission, shall be strengthened as a technical secretariat for the Southwest Summit. We express our gratitude to His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for approving the participation of the federal government representatives, His Excellency, Governor Lokiyori Misayedatiwa, and the government and people of Ondo State for their exceptional hospitality and organization of this historic summit. All Southwest governors for their solidarity and commitment as co-hosts of the summit, Chief Ruben Fashoroti and the entire Afenifere leadership for their vision and guidance, the development agenda for Western Nigeria, Dawn Commission for technical partnership and coordination, federal ministers and government officials who engaged meaningfully with citizens during the summit, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and all stakeholders who contributed to the success of the summit, the media for comprehensive coverage and dissemination of summit proceedings. In conclusion, this inaugural summit, Southwest Citizens Government Engagement Summit, marks a watershed moment in the history of democratic engagement in Nigeria. We have demonstrated that structured dialogue between government and citizens is not only possible, but essential to effective governance and sustainable development. We call upon the federal government, state government officials, and all stakeholders to take immediate and sustained action on the resolutions contained therein. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much. The community.
It's okay, Toyin. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Tóyìn kan tó wọnú ẹ̀mí kí wọ́n fúnra rẹ̀ tó wọnú ẹ̀mí ẹ mú wálẹ̀ díẹ̀. ẹ mú wálẹ̀ díẹ̀. Because the DG Dawn Commission is going to say thank you to us. Àjò ṣáà mú wálẹ̀ àwọn ará bíi ó ti wà lára wọn látàárọ̀ ṣáà mú sùúrù. Okay, DG ẹ jẹ́ kó wálé ẹ ṣeun ẹ mú sùúrù ẹ má ìwọnú ẹ̀mí ẹ mú sùúrù.
Ẹ ṣé gan. On behalf of the Southwest Summit, I want to say thank you to every one of us over the last 2 days for giving us your time to contribute to the progress of Nigeria. On behalf of Dawn Commission, on behalf of Afenifere, on behalf of the 6 Southwest state governors, I would like to say thank you. Ẹ ṣé gan tẹ́ Progress ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, progress Southwest ló gbé yín débí. Progress yẹn gbogbo aládẹ máa jẹ́ nínú ẹ̀ ní agbára Ọlọ́run. Wọ́n ní fi wá ṣàwátì. My prayer is that we will all participate and eat from the fatness of this land. I pray that as you go back to your various destinations, journey mercies. Ilé tẹ́ fílẹ̀ kò ní dàrú o. A dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, a dẹ̀ tún máa rí yín bá. Ọdún tó ń bọ̀ àtúmọ̀ àṣerú ẹ̀ gbogbo yín lẹ́dẹ̀ẹ́ máa péjú síbí ní ayọ̀ àti àlàáfíà. Àwọn bàbá wa tán jókòó títí di ọjọ́ ìní àgbà yín á túbọ̀ máa dalẹ̀ o ojú yín ò dẹ̀ ní rí bí ire Nàìjíríà ire Western Nigeria á ṣojú yín o. Thank you very much everybody and God bless.
Thank you Dr. Shaye Oyeleye.
Thank you very much.
Professor Kila Abagun Kole. Omololu, we say thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Gbèsókè Tóyìn, gbèsókè.
tiwantiwa Ondo State. Ẹ̀yin sí lọ́kì ọwọ́ yín dá o. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ ọwọ́ yín o. Ó ní ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo lọ́kì orí wa sàn. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ondo ṣe ti